On the court, Riley makes $1.2 million a year. But off the hardwood floor, he's pulling in millions more than any of his individual players, probably more than the whole team combined.
He's probably the most marketable coach now in all of sports. He's very charming. He's extremely tough in his business aspect and his work ethic, yet there seems to be a soft side. And he seems to be very attractive to all ages and sexes, and that's unusual for a coach.
Riley has parlayed his popularity well beyond commercials. His book, The Winner Within, hit the bestseller list last fall. And he also doubles as a motivational speaker, charging $30,000 a shot. AT&T, IBM, and General Motors are just a few of the companies who have courted Riley to pump up their employees. Herman Sporting Goods recently hired Riley for its annual meeting.
Riley does an amazing job at getting people to look at themselves differently, and I would say a number of people's lives actually changed from that meeting.
And when it comes to salaries, Riley says it's all relative.
Forget about the fact that entertainers or basketball players are making $1 million a year. It's all relative. We're starting at different positions. And all of these guys started down here. I mean, these are very, very best. It's an entertainment-oriented industry.
And if the Knicks win the NBA championship, it's a sure bet Pat Riley's star on Madison Avenue will rise even higher. Terry Heenan, CNN Business News, New York.
And that's Moneyline for this Friday evening. On Monday, our guest will be Senator Bob Packwood, the ranking Republican on the Senate Finance Committee. We'll talk about health care reform. I'm Jan Hopkins, sitting in for Lou Dobbs. Good night from New York. Have a pleasant weekend. Crossfire's next, and here's Michael Kinsley with a preview. Michael?
Jan, O.J. Simpson is a fugitive tonight. He disappeared after agreeing to turn himself in. He's charged with 2 counts of murder with special circumstances, which means he could get the death penalty. We'll discuss this amazing story with a criminal lawyer, a former prosecutor, and a Time magazine reporter. We'll also get an update from CNN's correspondent on the scene. Crossfire's next.
This has been a presentation of CNN Business News.
Every year, American business wastes millions of dollars on international calls by using the wrong long-distance company. Now you don't have to waste that money. Introducing MCI's Proof Positive Worldwide. Save up to 50% off typical international calls around the world. Call by June 30th and get 1 month of free long distance. Call MCI now and put your money back in your business.
David Robinson.
Take the time.
Take a number. Take a hike.
Take it deep.
Take a breather. Take a shot.
Take it all.
Take a message.
Take the time.
Now.
Sunday. It was a summer that began with a march for freedom and ended in death. The summer of '64. CNN presents Sunday.
You don't have Nixon to kick around.
There can be no black-white unity.
Cuban Horatio Humphrey as nominee for the presidency.
I'm tough sometimes, too, eh?
I urge the Soviet leaders.
Behind every name and every face are the stories of a lifetime. Weeknights, 5 nights a week, only on A&E, only on Biography. Tonight, only on A&E.
Phyllis George talks to Naomi Judd.
I'm the reigning queen of everything.
Phyllis talks to Kyle and Richard Petty.
I don't know where he fell off the bed on his head or what, but...
Especially Richard.
We could probably use a good president right now.
And Phyllis talks to President Bill Clinton.
You go to things like this, you see people, you get to know them, you listen to them, and it's a lot easier to kind of be in touch and have them feel in touch with you.
It's a Phyllis George special, TNN, June 22nd and 28th.
This is CNN.
Live from Washington, Crossfire. On the left, Mike Kinsley. On the right, Pat Buchanan. Tonight, The Fugitive.
Good evening and welcome to Crossfire. O.J. Simpson, the Heisman Trophy winner and football legend, charged today in the stabbing and slashing murder of his ex-wife Nicole, is as of this hour a fugitive from justice. In announcing the two first-degree murder charges of Nicole and 25-year-old Ronald Lyle Goldman that could send O.J. to the gas chamber, an embarrassed LAPD announced that Simpson had failed to show up for his scheduled arraignment. Los Angeles District Attorney Gil Garcetti has warned L.A. residents that anyone assisting Simpson in his flight from justice will be prosecuted for a felony. Thus far, there has been no satisfactory explanation as to how Simpson, his home staked out by hundreds of reporters under suspicion of a double murder, could have fled. Michael?
Okay, we're going to start by going to Greg Lefebvre of CNN, who's at police headquarters in Los Angeles. Greg, straighten us out a little bit. When was O.J. Simpson last seen?
There were two sightings reported today. One was that he was heard from at about 8:30 this morning, and that was a contact that he allegedly had with his lawyer, Robert Shapiro. And then later on today, sources tell us that he may have been seen in the early afternoon with a football acquaintance friend. Neither was confirmed. And that is just one more bizarre twist to this very bizarre day.
The time, though, he was actually definitely seen was leaving the condo, his own house this morning.
There were stories that he was seen leaving the condo this morning, but no one can confirm that that was really Simpson seen leaving the condo.
So where was he, where do we know he spent the night in his own house last night? I mean, when was the last time anyone can say for sure they knew where he was?
The last for sure sighting was at the funeral of his ex-wife earlier this week. He was seen in the company of his children, in the company of his friends at the funeral over in Brentwood, but that was it.
All right, Greg Lefebvre. In the indictment of, or in the arrest and the charges filed against O.J. Simpson, is there any hint or suggestion that he had an accomplice, first? And secondly, I noticed Garcetti talked about anybody aiding him will be charged with a felony. Do police believe someone has helped O.J. Simpson escape from justice?
It certainly appears like the police believe someone has helped him. They do want to talk to some of the acquaintances who have been in touch with O.J. Simpson, who have been at his side, perhaps comforting him during the past couple of days. And they are out searching for some of those folks, too, who have apparently not been to their offices or not been to their homes. So there is the deeply held suspicion that someone is indeed helping O.J. Simpson keep away from police, or at least keep out of sight for the time being. About the measure of an accomplice. The police here at the press briefing this morning, this afternoon, after not saying that they had found O.J. Simpson, but in fact saying that he was not here, refused to speculate on an accomplice. They would only say that Simpson was charged. They would not say that others were charged or were not charged.
Greg, let me talk about the lawyer Shapiro for a moment. When police worked out this arrangement with Mr. Shapiro to have O.J. appear at a certain period of time, did they talk to Shapiro this morning? And,
yes.
And did Shapiro indicate that he was in touch, in communication, and was going to bring O.J. in? And when did Shapiro say, I haven't got him?
No indication that Shapiro said he had been in touch with, but indication, yes, that Shapiro did say he would bring O.J. Simpson in. And the deal was that it would happen at 11 o'clock local time this morning. When there was no appearance, the police contacted Shapiro again. Shapiro said, okay, 11:45 local time this morning.
But wait a minute, Greg, there was some talk that he said, cop or someone said 15 more minutes, that he would be there in 15 more minutes, which would suggest there had been some kind of communication between O.J. and his lawyer.
And that's the mystery. The police are not telling us, and our sources so far have not been able to discern, if in fact Shapiro had been engaging in an ongoing contact with Simpson or with his people, or if Shapiro was in fact merely hoping that he was going to reach Simpson in those intervening minutes and get Simpson down to police headquarters.
Greg, before we let you go, tell us a little bit about this turmoil at Nicole Simpson's condo this afternoon and what that was all about.
Immediately after the police held their press conference here today, there was a 911 call at Nicole Simpson's condominium. Members of the family had come out and screamed, please call 911, please call 911, and the neighbors did that. Police arrived to find some very distraught family members outside, Nicole Simpson's father, for example. What police are telling us is that someone called the home and it sounded like O.J. Simpson to the person who was listening to the phone call, and said, the person said that I am coming over. That person inside the house became very concerned and called police. For a long time, police on the scene were searching an area right on the periphery of the condominium, and it was widely speculated at the time that Simpson was in fact there. That was not the case. Simpson was not there.
Okay, thanks a lot, Greg Lefebvre with Police Headquarters. Now we're going to go to our L.A. Bureau where we've got Stanley Greenberg, a criminal defense attorney. Stanley, I hate to rub it in. It's rather unkind, but you told our producers earlier this afternoon there's no rush to arrest him. He's not going anywhere. You want to revise and extend your remarks on that one?
Well, I think what I was telling them was that I think their perception was they wanted to take their time to make sure they had all of their evidence lined up, because it is a circumstantial case, and probably they were taking the view that there was no rush. Where on earth would O.J. Simpson go? But obviously, this is a dramatic turn of events. I don't think there's any way it makes anybody look good.
Explain to us what the responsibility of a lawyer is in this case, like Mr. Shapiro. He told the police he was going to deliver his client, and then his client fled the coop. They probably would have gone out and arrested him if they didn't have this lawyer's word for it that he was going to turn himself in. Wasn't that a terrible abuse?
Well, I'm not sure that's true. Mr. Garcetti, the district attorney, has indicated that they would have arrested Mr. Simpson this morning had the authorities known where he was, but they did not. Insofar as Mr. Shapiro's obligations, his obligations are, of course, to be honest and truthful with the authorities. If his client told them, I'm going in, and he passed it on, then he's honoring his obligations. If he's doing something else, then perhaps not.
Mr. Greenberg, is it not special treatment to tell an individual who's about to be arrested, who is going to be charged with double murder, who's going to face the death penalty, is it not special treatment to say, call the lawyer and say, you know, let's bring him on in. We're going to charge the guy with double murder, and he could get the death penalty, but set it on up. Why don't you bring him in at 11 o'clock? Is that not special treatment?
No, it certainly looks unusual.
All right, let me go to Martha Smilgus right now. Ms. Smilgus, a pathologist who reportedly has seen O.J. Simpson, I don't know exactly when he saw him, and he'd been hired by Mr. Shapiro, I believe, says that he is apprehensive that O.J. Simpson may take his own life. Now, you've been talking to friends and associates and those around O.J. Simpson. What do you pick up as to his mood just before he disappeared?
Well, it depends on quite which state. A couple of days ago, he was crying intermittently, but he was also heavily sedated. So they were giving him some kind of tranquilizers for sure. This was after the alleged murder. But O.J., there are rumors of drugs. He's not stable. He wasn't very stable prior to Monday morning. And if you'll remember back Monday morning, the young police officer did put handcuffs on O.J., and Weitzman came up and told him to take them off.
All right, Martha, let me ask you. These rumors of drugs, are the rumors of drug use after the murder of his wife and Mr. Goldman, or are the rumors beforehand, and what kind of drugs were they?
Prescription drugs after, I assume. I don't know, but he was tranquilized to some degree, and one friend said that he would cry intermittently on the phone when he was talking to this old friend, and that was very uncharacteristic of O.J. The rumors of drugs before are recreational drugs, cocaine, and a certain amount of alcohol. Now, we're not saying he was a major cocaine addict, but there definitely was cocaine use.
Let's go to Mr. Tannenbaum. Mr. Tannenbaum, if a lawyer has some knowledge that his client may flee or become a fugitive from justice, or he knows that the individual is about to flee from justice, what is the lawyer's obligation at that point? Is it to his client to keep his mouth shut, lawyer-client privilege hold, or in a case of a double murder, does he have an obligation to tell the police, my client's going to take a walk?
District attorney and/or the police, which was probably with the police, given the fact that the district attorney has tried to absolve himself of any responsibility in this case. He's acting as a bystander, and if there are any ethics involved in the law, then he should definitely tell people that his client has violated this and he doesn't know where he is.
Mr. Tannenbaum, you are a former New York City prosecutor, also former mayor of Beverly Hills, I better add.
Don't hold that against me, though, Mike.
I know. How big a screw-up is this on the part of the L.A. police to have let him go? I mean, hindsight is easy, but is it...
Well, it can't get any worse than the the circus we've seen. It's total chaos. It's like being in the emergency room at General Hospital somewhere, and nobody's in charge of the program. You have the district attorney's office acting willy-nilly, saying it's a police investigation, and yet the district attorney is the one who's deciding what the charges are going to be.
Let me ask you a similar question to the one that Pat asked Stanley Greenberg. Is it, as in your experience as a prosecutor, would it be unthinkable to just tell the lawyer, we're going to ask this guy to come in if it's a double murder? Would you invariably go and arrest him?
Well, again, the case here is such, notwithstanding the fact that it's O.J. Simpson, who is one of the icons of American folklore now. The fact is you have two dead people, and you can't have a more serious case than this case.
All right.
And the fact is, if you have the evidence in this case, then you make an arrest.
Let me
if
talk
you want
about special treatment.
You know, but people do arrange to be, the typical crime we hear about is not a murder, so I'm asking because people may not know, I certainly don't know. In a murder, is it totally unheard of to make an arrangement with a lawyer to have him turn himself in?
Well, this is not a bad check case. We're talking about a double murder here with, according to what we know, one throat slashed at least, and two brutal slayings. This is not the kind of case where you have an appointment to come in after you go see your hairdresser and then surrender.
All right, let me go back to Mr. Greenberg. Mr. Greenberg, as of yesterday, Willie Wilson, who's the head of the LAPD in Philadelphia, was, of course, asked about this. Now, we're almost 96 hours into this whole situation, and we're just a few hours before apparently they get confirming evidence. And he says, we have no prime suspect as of right now. Now, that's Willie Wilson. Now, Willie Williams, excuse me. Does that not suggest, again, that there is a real measure of special treatment going on here that may have led to what appears to be a debacle tonight?
Well, I don't dispute with you that there's a debacle tonight. The question you've asked about whether that's special because of what Mr. Williams said a few days ago, that's a harder call because I don't know what evidence he had available to him at the time. As I indicated before, this is a circumstantial case. They were waiting for a lot of scientific forensic evidence. Out of fairness to Chief Williams, maybe at the time he didn't have that, but it does look unusual, I would agree.
Okay, let's take a break, and when we come back, we're going to ask these two crack lawyers how on earth they would defend O.J. Simpson now.
The police department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson. The Los Angeles Police Department is also very unhappy with the activities surrounding his failure to surrender.
Mr. Simpson, under these charges, is in fact eligible for the death penalty. However, we will not make a decision until after we have had an opportunity to review the actual court testimony of our witnesses, preliminary hearing, a grand jury, whatever it might be, so that we can then make, I think, a more informed decision as to what evidence we actually have.
For all the do-it-yourselfer dads out there, Sears has the largest selection of tools for Father's Day. Like this 54-piece Craftsman mechanics tool set, made in America, guaranteed forever, only $39.99 including case and Sears exclusive quick-release ratchet. Or this Craftsman 3-drawer rally box with tumbler lock, also $39.99. For thousands of gift ideas you can work with this Father's Day, make it Craftsman tools. Only at Sears, bringing America's best to you.
Of all the books in the world, which is so timely that it forecasts the weather, or offers stock market analysis, and tells you the best seats at the ballpark? Which book is so comprehensive that it can answer virtually any question, or direct you to people who can? Perhaps a book that has everything. A book unlike any other. The Everything Pages from GTE answers almost any question on Earth. Another way. It's amazing what we can do together.
Sure, it's got unparalleled performance, superb ride and handling, but it also has one thing you wouldn't expect from a Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, smile.
A price of just $29.9.
So whose house next?
How about George Burns?
If you buy office supplies,
here's important news from the Business Consumer Guide. In an independent survey comparing prices among mail-order companies and office supply superstores, Office Depot is named the clear price leader. In fact, among the leading superstores, Office Depot has lower prices in every category surveyed. From paper and pens to computer supplies, nobody has lower prices overall than Office Depot. Taking care of business.
Hello, I'm Kathy Marshall at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll have extensive live coverage of today's events surrounding the O.J. Simpson story. We're expecting to have live coverage of a news conference with Simpson's attorney, Robert Shapiro. We'll also bring you the day's other news and sports, including the start of the World Cup tournament. And CNN's Judy Woodruff talks with Paula Jones, the woman who has filed a sexual harassment lawsuit against President Clinton. All that and more on Prime News at 8 Eastern. Crossfire continues in just a minute.
This summer at Howard Johnson Hotels, you'll take it easy. Your kids won't. You'll appreciate our comfortable rooms and courteous service. Your kids won't. You'll value our great rates and 600 convenient locations. But your kids won't. They'll be too busy playing Sega Game Gear for free and getting free Kids Go Hojo fun packs. You can even win exciting family vacations via Continental Airlines. So while your kids will be going wild and crazy, you won't. Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO for Howard Johnson Hotels, where kids always stay free. Whenever you want to take control of a TV or VCR, look no further than your wrist. It's game. The Casio remote control watch, the perfect gift.
Historically, the start of a new millennium is filled with loud enthusiasm. So we built the new Millennia to be quieter than even the brand new Mercedes 280C class. The new Millennia from Mazda.
Here's something new for your sensitive teeth.
No way. My dentist wants me to use Sensodyne, remember?
This is Sensodyne. New Sensodyne with baking soda. Well?
No pain. And I love that clean feeling.
Sensodyne, now with baking soda.
Can't sleep?
I got the munchies.
I got the crunchies.
Harvest Crisps.
Great Harvest grain taste for your munchies.
Even baked-in crunchies.
Let's go back to bed.
Crumbs in the sheets?
Wild man.
Crunchy, delicious Harvest Crisps. I love them.
The critics call us Century of Women a remarkably rich history of American women, compelling TV guide, a not-to-be-missed series 17 magazine. Watch it, Us Magazine. A Century of Women in its entirety begins at 12:05 Eastern Saturday.
So the question so many people are asking, and perhaps this needs to be addressed to the LAPD, and it already has, is how can this possibly happen? The entire world is focused on this man. Is there any way to answer that?
I can't.
I mean, surely you're wondering that yourself.
Aren't we all?
Well, I mean, you're in a position to give us some insight, though. I mean, Harvey's question was surveillance.
Thanks.
I mean,
you know, I can answer some questions, Phil, but not,
well, I mean,
not all of them.
Welcome back to Crossfire. O.J. Simpson has disappeared. He was charged today with 2 counts of murder with special circumstances, which means he could get the death penalty. He was supposed to turn himself in this morning, but as of this hour, he is nowhere to be found. Our guest, Martha Smilgas, a reporter for Time magazine who's been following this story. Robert Tannenbaum, a former criminal prosecutor in New York City, also former mayor of Beverly Hills, though that's neither here nor there. And Stanley Greenberg, a criminal defense attorney. All our guests join us from Los Angeles. Pat?
Martha Smilgas, we're learning now about recent abuse and beating of his wife by O.J. Simpson. One night, I think it was a New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, was so severe she was hiding. How much of this have you learned in digging it up during the week about the relationship, and why do prosecutors and courts say that, why was nothing done about this?
9, and it was New Year's. There was also an interesting thing in that we finally got the court record of it, where O.J., in one case where the police were called, he ran out the back door and got away from the police and disappeared, and they never got him until a couple weeks later. I mean, they just let him go, which was kind of interesting. So he has a little history here of running away. They actually did follow it up to some degree. He paid a small fine. Instead of having to go to a regular psychiatrist or classes about wife abuse, etc., beating, He got a private psychiatrist. Because he's a celebrity, you have to understand, celebrities get privileged treatment, and it's happened in this case here.
How many beatings, Ms. Milgus, how many beatings or allegations of beatings, or how many times were the cops called by Mrs. Simpson to the house?
Quite a few more recently, because he's been stalking her. Now, back in '89, they actually said she had black eyes, there were bumps on her head, scratches on her neck, very severe scratches. They offered to take her to the hospital. She decided to go with her own doctor. I just had read this the other day, and she went with her own doctor instead. Recently, she has called because he supposedly has been stalking her, so there have been calls from the condo to the Brentwood police.
Mr. Greenberg, how would you defend O.J. Simpson now? Surely his flight complicates the case.
It complicates it, but it remains the fact that there are two ways to defend the case. One is you got the wrong guy, I didn't do it. Two is a defense dealing with his mental state, whether it be temporary insanity or something, some kind of provocation that might reduce it to a lower form of homicide, such as voluntary manslaughter.
Which would you recommend at this point?
I'd have to know more of the facts, but either way, the flight situation complicates it. It might be explainable, a combination of fear, depression, the drugs, the medication he's under, but on the surface, it's not a fact that's going to look good in his favor in either way.
And you are allowed to, just a factual question, you are allowed to present that to the jury and argue to draw them, that they should draw conclusions from it.
In most cases, a prosecutor would be allowed to argue to the jury that flight shows consciousness of guilt, and the jury would, the judge would typically instruct the jury that that's a proper inference if they find it to be so.
All right, let me go to Mr. Tannenbaum. Mr. Tannenbaum, I saw a lot of lawyers on television were saying, and I believe one of our, I don't know whether it was you or Mr. Greenberg, that said it was a terrible mistake to let O.J. Simpson talk to police for 3 hours on Monday. Now, it seems to me that a lot of lawyers were thinking right away, not how can we get at the truth, but how should the lawyers start working to get this guy off? It seemed to me that all of us seem to have should have some kind of desire to see that justice is done in this case. I mean, but here's lawyers going on television saying terrible mistake to let O.J. Simpson talk to the police.
Well, the person responsible for seeing justice done is not the defense lawyer, it's the district attorney. That's the individual who's responsible for it. And the defense lawyer in our system is
Do you have any responsibility as a defense lawyer to see that justice is done, that guilty people are punished, or are you just supposed to get them off regardless?
Well, the job of the defense attorney is very different in our system, Pat, as you well know, from that of a prosecutor.
I don't think he knows it. You better explain it to him.
Well, the job of the defense attorney is very straightforward. Is to do everything he can legally to create reasonable doubt if he goes to trial. That's the job of the defense attorney. The job of the DA is a lot different from what Mr. Garcetti said in his press conference. The job of the DA is to see justice done, and that is, once you have evidence in a case and you know where the defendant is, you arrest the defendant, you bring the defendant to justice.
Right. But, Mr. Tannenbaum, let me ask you, if you, and this is hypothetical, of course, if you had gone and talked to O.J. Simpson and you were persuaded that this horrible crime, this double murder had been committed of 2 innocent people, brutal murder, and you were persuaded that the man that you had taken as a client had done it, would you use all of your talents to try to see that he got off loose and was restored to society rather than paid the penalty?
Every defense lawyer, the best in the business, will put the state to the test of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. Any lawyer who does less than that, who represents any accused, notwithstanding the heinous nature of the crime, and notwithstanding how heinous the individual defendant may be, is doing a disservice to his client and to our system. The burden is on the DA to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, thank you very much. We're out of time. Thanks, Mr. Tannenbaum. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Thank you, Ms. Smilgus. And thanks to
Mr.
Greg
Buchanan.
Lefebvre. And thanks to Mr. Buchanan. We'll be back in just a moment.
Good morning, doctors.
Good morning.
We made an interesting find yesterday.
Video conferencing from GTE lets an archaeologist present moving images, text, even himself,
What do you think?
to an anthropologist
Can we get a closer look?
1,000 miles away
Any ideas?
and a historian across the country.
Great. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Video conferencing from GTE brings people and information together instantly. Another way. It's amazing what we can do together.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car.
Now, my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
A little glue, a few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
Right now, your Honda dealer is offering attractive lease rates on the Del Sol S.
With all the brokerage firms out there today, it's hard to make the right choice. You might ask, do they assign you a personal stockbroker to help with your investments? Do they offer investment advice along with discount commissions? Do they have over 200 offices nationwide? And do they have any free trading accounts, such as Smart Trade, where you pay no commissions at all? If you've answered yes to all this, the choice is clear. Oldie, America's full-service discount broker.
A deadly bacteria that eats flesh and muscle drew headlines in Britain. Now some in the United States are worried too. Hear a victim story and meet concerned doctors on Larry King Live tonight, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Michael, what's your speculation? The guy's got a face everyone recognizes. He's in a Mercedes. I'm sure all his bank accounts, all his money has been locked up. He can't get on any airplane. He probably can't drive across the border.
He can't stroll up to a Hearst rent-a-car counter and get a car.
What do you think, what is your surmise?
Gosh, I don't know. This is one of the most amazing stories of all time. I think he probably panicked. I do think he probably told his lawyer he was going to show up. But he's got to have help. He can't be driving around by himself doing this all by himself, can he? You ought to know how much mileage does a Mercedes get?
You have to fill it up very often, Michael. Yeah. But I think there's got to be some kind of, and this pathologist idea that he may be taking his own life. I'll be honest, I thought that's what had happened when they saw all that out there at that Brentwood home. That huge crowd, they were looking in the bushes. It sounded like that. Well, of course, it turned out to be nothing. Another false alarm.
Even now, I hope that's not true. And I hope you hope that, too. From the left, I'm Mike Kinsley. Good night for Crossfire.
From the right, Pat Buchanan. Join us Monday night for another edition of Crossfire.
Prime News is next. Here's Lyndon Souls with a preview. What's your lead, Lyndon, as if I couldn't guess?
Take a guess, Michael. We'll pick up where you left off. It's a sad day for fans and admirers of Football Hall of Famer O.J. Simpson, charged with murder and nowhere to be found. We are told his lawyer, Robert Shapiro, is supposed to be convening a press conference moments from now. If he does, we hope to bring it to you. We'll have the latest. Plus, the start of the World Cup soccer tournament kicks off in Chicago with a little help from the president. And at the half hour, the woman who accuses Mr. Clinton of sexual harassment speaks out. A CNN interview with Paula Jones coming up at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Stay with us. Prime News is next.
Soon, a new voice will be heard across the land. Yours.
We've played 6 innings. Royals lead it 4-2. Your eyes, they're something precious and something you can't put a price tag on. But some opticals try with their 50% off sales and other gimmicks. Not Blue Springs Optical. There you'll get an honest product for an honest price. Their staff really cares how you look and see. They'll help you choose from thousands of frames or from a complete line of contact lenses. And with their in-store lab, you can have your new glasses in an hour. Blue Springs Optical, you've got to see it to believe it. We go to the 7th. The Royals continue to lead.
Folks, you got to see it. It's big. Really big.
I can't wait to see it.
What everybody's saying you've got to see is Presley's Jubilee in Branson. Presley's Jubilee was the original music and comedy stage show on Branson's 76 Country Boulevard. And it's still the show everybody says you got to see.
When I see it, I can't quit laughing.
I saw it. It was awesome.
When you're in Branson, you've got to see it. Presley's Jubilee, Branson's favorite family show.
Do you hate name dropping? Well, I won't tell you the names of the Chiefs players, coaches, and management that shop at Peters Clothiers, but I will tell you that Peters is our ultimate destination for men's clothing. Peters Clothiers is a men's specialist, the only store in Kansas City that offers the best traditional and European clothing for men. Names like Polo, Boss, Oxford, Brioni, Burberry, Zanella, Southwick, and Iceberg. So when it comes to men's clothing, the name to remember is Peters Clothiers.
I'm Ernie Tuminia, your Independence Lincoln Mercury dealer. From now until the 4th of July, I'll be under the giant tent offering 3 fantastic deals. 1994 Town Cards, loaded signature series, save up to $14,000, just $23,988. 40 new 1994 Villagers starting at just $18,988. And 50 new Cougars as low as $16,999. 2-day test drives available. I'll see you under the tent at Independence Lincoln Mercury.
This is CNN.
We're looking at attorney Robert Shapiro, who represents O.J. Simpson. He's holding a news conference now in Century City. Let's listen in.
For the sake of your children, please surrender immediately. Surrender to any law enforcement official at any police station, but please do it immediately. I now want to take a moment to bring you up to date on the events of today. Tuesday, I met with the members of the Los Angeles Police Department, Robbery Homicide Division. We met for about an hour. At that meeting, I gave the detectives my promise that I would make available O.J. Simpson for the purpose of interview or surrender in the event they were going to file criminal charges. I gave them all of my numbers to be reached in that event. This morning, at 8:30 a.m., I received a call at my home asking me to bring O.J. Simpson in for the purpose of surrendering on a murder charge to Parker Center. I agreed to have him there by 11 o'clock, although I told them it would be very pressing for me because I had to get his doctors to notify him, to perhaps to be there because of his very, very frail, fragile, and emotional state. At about 9:30, I arrived at a residence in San Fernando Valley where O.J. was. I went in with his good friend, Robert Kardashian. He was just waking up, and I told him that I had been informed by the Los Angeles Police Department that he was being charged with first-degree murder in 2 deaths, that it was a special circumstance charge, and that we would have to surrender by 11 o'clock. I asked Mr. Kardashian to immediately call the 2 physicians or the 2 doctors who have been treating O.J. First, we alerted Dr. Rob Heisinger, who was the first to arrive, who is an internist and has been treating Mr. O.J. Simpson for the last 2 days. And then we notified Dr. Saul Fairstein, a psychiatrist, who has also been treating O.J. for the last 2 days. They arrived at the location. We had previously arranged for Dr. Heisinger to be there today at noon for the purpose of doing a continued medical examination. During the 2 days that Dr. Heisinger was treating Mr. Simpson, he observed a lymph node under his armpit. He needed to do continued tests to resolve the questions he had in his mind. We anticipated the test would take about 15 minutes. The test, in fact, took about an hour. In addition, we had 2 other well-known forensic people who we have asked to come aid in this investigation. Present were Dr. Michael Baden, who is the head pathologist for the New York State Police Department, and Dr. Henry Lee, who is the chief criminalist for the state of Connecticut and is here with special permission from the governor. All of us were together trying to perform our independent functions as quickly as possible and to get O.J. in the car and to the police station. I was in constant contact with LAPD on a 15-minute basis. I was also talking to Marcia Clark of the District Attorney's Office. I had the doctors individually get on the phone and explain the delays. and told O.J. that we had to really get moving. He said he needed some time to talk to his family. He called his children and talked to them. He called his mother and talked to her. He called his personal lawyer and orally dictated and later signed a codicil to his will. He wrote 3 letters that were placed in sealed envelopes that he gave to Mr. Kardashian. I had arranged the following means of surrender with the commander of the Los Angeles Police Department. I was going to come down with Mr. Simpson in my car, being accompanied by the psychiatrist, Dr. Fairstein, and by his good friend, Robert Kardashian. Because we were concerned about the potential for suicide, we were being followed by A.C. Cowlings, his lifelong friend, and Dr. Rob Heisinger. Sometime later in the morning, maybe past noon, I got a call from the commander of Los Angeles Police Department saying that we must now announce that O.J. Simpson is a fugitive. Where is he? I gave him the address. Actually, I asked Dr. Fairstein to give him the address and directions to the home in the San Fernando Valley. He said he would be sending up a black and white unit immediately. At that time, all of the professionals, the doctors, myself, and Mr. Kardashian were upstairs in a rather large house. O.J. was downstairs, and at the time that I was getting the message from Los Angeles Police Department, he was wailing. He was with Mr. Cowling. I did not, nor did anyone else to my knowledge, tell O.J. that the police were coming to take him into custody. The police arrived about 15 minutes later, came into the home. We greeted them. They were very polite and courteous. They told us that they would follow normal procedure, handcuff O.J., and take him to the police station, and they agreed that we would be able to accompany him. At that time, it was suggested that Dr. Fairstein go up and tell him that he was going to be transported in handcuffs into custody. It was at that time, when Dr. Fairstein went in the room to alert him, that we discovered for the first time that O.J. was not present. Al Cowlings was not present. I have, on numerous occasions in the past 25 years, made similar arrangements with the Los Angeles Police Department. They have always, and the District Attorney's Office, and Mr. Garcetti. All of them have always kept their word to me, and I have always kept my word to them. In fact, I arranged the surrender of Eric Menendez from Israel on a similar basis. We are all shocked by this sudden turn of events. Now I would like to introduce to you Mr. Robert Kardashian, who is one of Mr. Simpson's closest and dearest friends, who will read a letter that O.J. Simpson wrote in his handwriting today. Thank you. Let's go first.
This letter was written by O.J. today. To whom it may concern. First, everyone understand I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her, always have, and always will. If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Recently, we came to the understanding that for now, we were not right for each other, at least for now. Despite our love, we were different and that's why we mutually agreed to go our separate ways. It was tough splitting for a second time, but we both knew it was for the best. Inside, I had no doubt that in the future we would be close friends or more. Unlike what has been written in the press, Nicole and I had a great relationship for most of our lives together. Like all long-term relationships, we had a few downs and ups. I took the heat New Year's 1989 because that's what I was supposed to do. I did not plead no contest for any other reason but to protect our privacy, and was advised it would end the press hype. I don't want to belabor knocking the press but I can't believe what is being said. Most of it is totally made up. I know you have a job to do, but as a last wish, please, please, please leave my children in peace. Their lives will be tough enough. I want to send my love and thanks to all my friends. I'm sorry I can't name every one of you, especially AC. Man, thanks for being in my life. The support and friendship I received from so many, Wayne Hughes, Louis Marks, Frank Olson, Mark Packer, Bender, Bobby Kardashian. I wish we had spent more time together in recent years. My golfing buddies, Haas, Alan Austin, Mike, Craig, Bender, Weiler, Sandy, Jay, Donnie, thanks for the fun. All my teammates over the years. Reggie, you were the soul of my pro career. Ahmad, I never stopped being proud of you. Marcus, you got a great lady in Catherine. Don't mess it up. Bobby Chandler, thanks for always being there. Skip and Kathy, I love you guys. Without you, I never would have made it through this far. Marguerite, thanks for the early years. We had some fun. Paula, what can I say? You are special. I'm sorry we're not going to have our chance. God brought you to me. I now see, as I leave, you'll be in my thoughts. I think of my life and feel I've done most of the right things. So why do I end up like this? I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that. This way, they can move on and go on with their lives. Please, if I've done anything worthwhile in my life, let my kids live in peace from you, the press. I've had a good life. I'm proud of how I lived. My mama taught me to do unto others. I treated people the way I wanted to be treated. I've always tried to be up and helpful. So why is this happening? I'm sorry for the Goldman family. I know how much it hurts. Nicole and I had a good life together. All this press talk about a rocky relationship was no more than that, was no more than what every long-term relationship experiences. All her friends will confirm that I have been totally loving and understanding of what she's been going through. At times, I have felt like a battered husband or boyfriend, but I loved her. Make that clear to everyone. and I would take whatever it took to make it work. Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life, great friends. Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I helped yours. Peace and love, O.J.
Mr. Shapiro, can you tell us what, if anything, in addition to that letter, O.J. might have said or did for you to express to us suicidal concerns?
From Tuesday on, he has been exceedingly depressed. He has been under doctor's care, medicated and sedated, and we have had a very real concern that this might be an avenue that he would choose.
Has there been any communication from him, whatever?
None. Since this morning.
Where's Cowlings now?
15 minutes basically to run away from you. That's all the window of opportunity we had.
Yes.
Why didn't any of you merely stay?
We were in a private residence. We were upstairs. It is a very, very large house. It's Mr. Al Cowlings, his best friend.
Did he write that letter today, or was that written earlier?
I don't know.
If the man was suicidal, why wasn't he being watched?
He was. Mr. Cowlings was with him. He was his best friend. He is a former professional football player and All-American who was by his side for the last few minutes alone while we were upstairs.
Why didn't any of you stay with him at that
How
point?
Mr. Cowlings and Mr. Simpson got out of the house?
I have no idea.
Did you read us that letter?
We were all upstairs in a large conference room making the plans for him to be arrested by the police.
Have you heard of
Did he express to you that he would rather die than go into custody?
No, he did not.
Did you read us that letter because you fear the worst at this point?
We read this letter because it is the only words that we have from O.J.
Are you sure you bear responsibility for him being a fugitive?
I have never felt worse in my professional career as a result of what has happened today. However, I believe having 4 physicians in a room together, having his best friend, who was a former pro football player there, and his second best friend there, Mr. Kardashian, to arrange the surrender, there was no way we could have been better prepared to try to aid him in making the transition to the police department.
Shapiro, but then why wasn't someone other than Al Cowlings who was arranging the surrender, who didn't have the emotional ties, with him at all times?
There was never any concern on my part whatsoever, nor on the doctors, that he was going to surrender to the police department today. It never entered our minds.
Have you heard from Cowlings?
We were never concerned that he might run.
Where do you think he is, or what do you think he's doing now?
My relationship with O.J. is a professional one.
Can we talk to
And if Mr. Kardashian would like to address that, absolutely.
Bob, if he turns himself in, what is your status on the case? Do you stay with it?
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro, did O.J. Simpson actually return to his home in Brentwood following funeral services yesterday?
No, he did not.
Where did he go?
He went to a house of seclusion, which I had announced to the press in a press release, that he was sedated and under doctor's care, and that's where he awoke this morning, and that's where the surrender was to be made. I don't know.
Who do you write the 3 letters to today?
One is addressed to his children, one is addressed to his mother, and one was addressed to the public.
Do you view a letter as a suicide note?
We reviewed it with the 4 doctors and the psychiatrists that were there, and clearly that's their interpretation.
Have you read those other letters, or have those other letters known?
They are under seal and will be turned over to the people to whom they are addressed.
Are you aware of the phone call that was made to Nicole's apartment this morning?
No, I am not.
Could you say what
No, I cannot.
Did you were able to give the police any information concerning...
Wait. We need to go one at a time.
Would he have to have Mr. Collins help to escape?
It's not an escape. He was not under arrest.
A run then?
He was not under arrest. He was at home, under sedation, in a very, very emotional state. He was at a residence that is secluded, that is very, very hard to find, and there was never any thought of him leaving that residence without us.
In that emotional state, though, would he have to have Mr. Collins to help him in order to run or escape or however you want to...
I can't speculate on that.
Where is Collins now?
I-
Have you heard from him?
No, I do not know.
Is his vehicle
think
missing?
O.J. is
Yes.
alive? You think O.J. is alive now?
I am keeping my fingers crossed and praying that we will be able to bring him into court and let the case be determined in a court of law.
Have you been able to give the police any information about the cars that may
Yes.
have been taken,
Yes.
including license plate numbers?
Yes.
Would you care to share any of that with us?
The police department will have that available. I would, but I don't know them offhand.
Is he on medication?
Yes.
Was he under the assumption that he was going to have to turn himself in eventually, but maybe it was going to be next week sometime?
We had never been given any official notification from the police department or the district attorney regarding the status of the case. We had been told that they were investigating, they had not named him as a suspect, and that their investigation would take at least another week.
By not turning himself in, what impact does that have on the case?
I don't know either of the parties to be able to comment on that.
Mr. Shapiro, the All Points bulletin that the city have out lists O.J. as being armed. Do you know if he has weapons on him now?
We deliberately went through the house at great length and removed anything that would be potentially dangerous within the house where he was staying.
Given Mr. Simpson's...
The house has a front door, it has a back door, it has a kitchen door.
But I thought you said he was upstairs.
He was downstairs with Mr. Cowling while we were upstairs in the conference room.
Given the state of sedation or the...
Yes, I did.
Given the...
No, the doctors were upstairs looking out the window. They did not see him.
Where would he run to? Would he have a place to run to?
Those questions I cannot address because they're of such a personal nature, and my relationship with him is of a professional one.
Are you aware of by the police since his disappearance?
I'm sorry?
Have you been interviewed or interrogated by the police?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware whether or not he, Mr. Simpson, has contacted anyone else?
I am not aware that he has contacted anyone since we last saw him this afternoon.
Mr. Shapiro, given the state of the medication that he's on...
Yes.
What were you thinking? I mean, when a man writes a codicil to his will and then hands you 3 sealed letters.
He didn't hand them to me.
But still, he signed the codicil to his
The
will.
codicil to the will was reported to me. What I was thinking is exactly what I told the commanders of the police department and the district attorney, that I believed him to be suicidal, that I was afraid bringing him downtown alone, that he might jump out of the car, and that I wanted to have 2 people on either side of him, and his best friend and another doctor following him, so that we would have security to get him down there in a safe condition.
Mr. Shapiro, you said he was waiting when you knew he was going to...
I did not... No, that is incorrect. Any other questions?
Mr. Shapiro, given his medical...
That note constituted a suicide. Had he already left, or was he still in the house?
No, the sequence of events were that when the police came to arrange the surrender, Dr. Fairstein went to look for him and to bring him to the police and tell him personally what was going to happen. And that he was... I'm not finished. Would you kindly just wait one moment? I'll take your question.
Mr. Kearney, can you spell your name?
No, may I finish, please? Thank you. The sequence of events were that the members of the Los Angeles Police Department, sergeant, lieutenant, and detective, arrived, told me what the procedure would be. I introduced him to Dr. Fairstein. He suggested it would be best if he personally brought Mr. Simpson out and told him. He walked in with the police to look for him, and that was the first time that it was discovered that he wasn't in the home.
Other than the written notes that were left behind, what were the last words you heard from O.J. Simpson?
My personal words were of a complimentary nature to the way that I have been with him, and for him to thank me for everything I had done up to date.
Are you holding O.J.'s passport?
No, I am not.
Do you have reason to believe that he may have left the country?
I told the police that we would secure his passport and turn it over and make it available, but during the funeral, yesterday was the funeral, the internment, the day before was a viewing of the body in an open casket, and that was simply something that we haven't gotten to. But I don't believe under any circumstances, probably the most recognizable athlete of all time is going to be able to do anything in the way of leaving this jurisdiction.
Mr. Shapiro, given the state of his medicated...
Wait, one at a time.
Given...
Did he seek legal advice from you about extradition?
Never.
Given his state in the last couple of days, you say he's been sedated, he's been medicated. In your judgment, can he operate on his own, or does he need assistance from other people?
That's a medical question, and that is the reason we had 2 physicians with him full-time.
Your personal judgment, given what you've seen of that man
Yes.
in the last 48 hours, can he
Yes.
operate out alone?
I am very concerned about his welfare.
Now, who was the guy running into his house yesterday who was supposed to appear like O.J.? What was that all about?
I have no idea. I was not there.
What kind of medication was he under?
I don't know. We'll have to check with the doctors.
Did the police ever tell you what evidence they had?
Never.
If he calls you, what are you going to tell him?
To surrender immediately to any law enforcement officer, to any police station, wherever he is. Yes, it does.
Was there a statement today that there was a second party involved? Do you know anything about that in the murder?
The only information I have regarding this murder is the district attorney telling me today what the charges were and the fact that the charges had been filed. Not one law enforcement officer has shared with us one piece of information.
Is there any of that notice infection?
No, I do not.
Do you still think he's innocent?
Next question.
As his attorney, was it not your obligation to tell him that you arranged for the police to come pick him up?
Let me go back to that, because that was a curt answer when you asked me, do I consider him innocent? He has written a letter. For me to express his belief is totally inappropriate. He has told you exactly what his feelings are. Yes.
As his attorney, was it not your obligation to let him know that you arranged for the police to pick him up?
I don't know. It probably was.
You're contending, though, that he left not knowing the police were on their way.
That's correct.
Mr. Shapiro, can you tell us on Monday when Attorney Weitzman met with the police and had the police remove the handcuffs from O.J. Simpson, did you make a deal with the police at that time? In essence, if you don't arrest him now, we'll produce him later for questioning or surrender?
I do not know.
Bob, do you anticipate that you will continue to represent O.J. Simpson if he's brought in?
Yes.
Is there any criticism of the way the police have handled the case?
I think the police have done an exemplary job. When I met with the commander, the captain, the detectives involved, they were utmost professionals. I hope they viewed us in the same light. That, to my knowledge, there has been leaks. The source of those leaks are not from any of the people I talked to.
Is his family making any effort to find him?
I have not been in contact with his family.
In all candor, Mr. Shapiro, do you think we'll ever see O.J. Simpson again?
I don't want to voice an opinion on that.
Mr. Shapiro, did he have the means to leave the country?
He had in his possession about $60 that was given to him so he would have money in the jail. He had no wallet, no identification, nothing else. You know what, gentlemen? Thank you very much. One more question?
Do you believe you had a good case before?
Thank you very much. And OJ, if you see this, please, 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 for the sake of everyone, the people that love you and that you love, please surrender. Thank you.
You know the 911 call that the father made? Some rather dramatic new developments in a series of dramatic developments today. You've just been listening to Robert Shapiro, O.J. Simpson's attorney. in essence pleading for O.J. Simpson to turn himself in. He was recounting his failed attempt to orchestrate O.J. Simpson's surrender today to authorities. In addition, and perhaps more startling, O.J. Simpson's friend Robert Kardashian read a letter. Apparently, O.J. Simpson wrote 3 letters, one to his children, one to his mother, and one to the public. The one he read indicated what doctors said was a suicide note. We will, of course, bring you up to date on all developments as they continue to unfold in the O.J. Simpson case. Please stay with us. CNN's continuing coverage of O.J. Simpson will continue.
Please be seated. The performance is about to begin. The 32-valve, 280 horsepower Lincoln Mark 8. It's like Beethoven with an attitude. Drive everything else first.
For all the do-it-yourselfer dads out there, Sears has the largest selection of tools for Father's Day. Like this 54-piece Craftsman mechanics tool set, made in America, guaranteed forever, only $39.99 including case and Sears exclusive quick-release ratchet. Or this Craftsman 3-drawer rally box with tumbler lock, also $39.99. For thousands of gift ideas you can work with this Father's Day, make it Craftsman tools. Only at Sears, bringing America's best to you.
Time travel, medical breakthroughs, an evolving Earth. Larry King Weekend looks at the future Saturday night, 9 Eastern on CNN.
So, you and the gang are out cruising on the highway, all right? But, you know, they're fixing up a little stretch ahead there, so you slow down, you signal, you merge politely, and then some nut whiz by, half in the bag. Wouldn't you just want to see them, what, whipped? But, ooh, those construction zones are dangerous. I mean, they could be shelled or crushed or spread all over the highway. Heck, they could be put behind bars or in a bag. Whew. Drive safely in construction zones. Don't be a nut.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mickey Gillett. Jim Thomas is responsible for a lot of things that's happening in Branson. He has done a tremendous amount of good for the Branson area. I got to tell you, folks, if he can do for the federal government what he has done for Branson, Missouri, he's the man that we need in office. Trust me, folks, Missouri needs people like Jim Thomas. Cast your vote for him. Thank you.
For straight talk and common sense, please vote for Jim Thomas for U.S. Senate.
This is CNN.
From the CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Kathy Marshall.
And I'm Lyndon Soles. We'll be bringing you any recent developments in the O.J. Simpson murder investigation. However, for the next half hour on Prime News, 2 sides of an unprecedented issue. Paula Jones' federal civil lawsuit against President Bill Clinton.
Hers is the first such lawsuit ever filed against a sitting U.S. president. Jones claims then-Governor Bill Clinton made persistent and continuous unwanted sexual advances during a 1991 business conference in Arkansas. CNN's Judy Woodruff talked with Paula Jones earlier this week.
Ms. Jones, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Let me just start out by taking you back to May of 1991. You were an employee of the Arkansas State Development Commission, Industrial Development Commission. They were holding a conference in downtown Little Rock. It was at the Excelsior Hotel. You were working at the registration desk, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, what exactly was your job there?
That day at the registration desk, I was asked to go and sit at the desk to hand out name tags and give brochures and booklets and stuff to the gentlemen that are the business people that were going into the conference.
Now, you had not met Governor Clinton before this day,
That is
that
true,
right?
not at all.
So tell us what happened then that day.
Well, I was approached by Trooper Ferguson.
This is a state trooper, Danny Ferguson.
Yes, ma'am. And he came up to me and my coworker, and he handed me a little piece of paper with a 4-digit number on it. And he told me that Mr. Clinton, or he used the word Bill, would like to meet with me up in this room number. Well, of course, I did not give him an answer at the time, but...
Well, what did you do? What did you think when he gave you the piece of paper?
Well, I had asked, I said, he wants me to come up there, and of course I was very curious to why, and, well, shocked, actually. Why would he want me, you know? And so I was excited. I mean, who wouldn't be? He's the governor. And I wanted to discuss it with my coworker, and she's also a good friend of mine. And we talked about it, and we thought, well, maybe, you know, it could be a good advancement to get a new job or get a good job, you know, a job with the governor's office or something.
Did you have any suspicion about that something might be on his mind in the personal nature?
Not in that type of nature, not at all. If I had have gotten that feeling, I wouldn't have went up into the room.
So he gave you the piece of paper, you talked it over with your coworker. What happened then?
Well, she agreed. Well, yes, you know, maybe we going up there and see if, you know, what takes place. And I did, and I was excited. She was too. And so I went on, the state trooper told me that he would escort me up, so he escorted me up in the elevator, and he pointed out the doorway to me, and it was opened up somewhat. It was cracked, and he sat down out in the hall waiting on me. He did not go up to the door with me.
And then what? So you, what?
I knocked on the door facing, and because I didn't want to just go on in, and Bill Clinton opened the door, and we introduced ourselves, and just a little small talk. When we first came in, he was asking which department I worked for, and, well, I'm sure he knew, but he was asking me what kind of job I did, and he said that he knew Dave Harrington, was a very dear friend of his.
This is the head of the department then?
He was the director. And we were just, you know, just talking at you know, when I first walked in.
And then what?
He made his first pass, I guess you could call.
What did he do exactly?
We were talking, he was leaning on a windowsill, and as he was talking to me, he had his arms crossed, and when he was talking to me, he was leaning up, he pulled out and grabbed my hand and pulled me up towards him, trying to thrust me up next to him. And
did he say something?
No, not at the time. He was just trying to pull me up next to him. He may have said something that I can't remember, but, and I backed off and I said, no. And, or maybe I said, what are you doing? I know I refused. And I started trying to talk again and divert the whole scene. And I had asked him about if he was going to run for president, and of course he didn't answer, but just asking different things, you know, about him and about what it's like to be governor and different things. And during that process, we were walking, of course, around the room. I wasn't sitting down at the time, and he leaned up against the back of a wingback chair that was in the suite, and I was talking with him, and all of a sudden he just told me, I love the way your curves are, and I love the way your hair goes down to the middle of your back. And he pulled me up and started running his hand up my leg, and he tried to kiss on my neck, and I pushed away. I said, stop it. I said, no, I'm not that kind of girl. And he kind of pushed away, and I remember him asking me, did I have a boyfriend? Maybe he was wondering why I had pushed away and kept.
Why didn't you leave then?
Well, it was the governor. And me, I mean, I was just a little person, you know, and I say that in the sense that, you know, my job was low, you know, a little small level, and I was scared. I didn't know how to react, and I couldn't really believe that was this really happening to me.
But by then you got the picture, didn't you?
I was definitely getting the picture, and I was wanting to try to leave, and I asked him something. Then I diverted the conversation to Hillary, and I asked him, Hillary was doing something with children at the time or something, and I was diverting the conversation to her, talking about what a nice job I thought she was doing with the school or something like that. And I got on the far end towards the door and just kind of sat down on it. Just didn't sit completely back on the end of the couch, but I didn't know what to do. I was very, very, you know, I was getting scared at this point, and sat down, and then I was planning on leaving. Before I could get up to leave, he come over, and he sat down, and he exposed himself to me, and he asked me to kiss it.
And what did you do then?
Oh, I stood straight up. I jumped up, and I said, I am not that kind of girl. And I said, I need to be leaving immediately, and, you know, I'm going to get in trouble. I need to be at my registration desk. I had mentioned that earlier also. And he said, you know, if you have any trouble, you have Dave Harrington contact me immediately.
And did he say something else as you left?
Yes, he did. He said, you're a smart girl, and let's keep this between ourselves. And I took that as a threat. And I had the feeling that the state trooper was standing outside the door, and it was a frightening situation. The whole thing was.
Now, then you left and went back downstairs, and you
Yes.
proceeded to tell the story to your co-worker, and then you later told other people. Now, as you know, the trooper, Danny Ferguson, has said that he did not give you a piece of paper. He said that you initiated a conversation with him. You said the governor was good-looking, that you thought his hair was sexy. How can there be such a discrepancy?
Well, I'm just thankful that I have a witness when Trooper Ferguson did approach me and my co-worker. She was there. She signed affidavit to what has happened.
She's also a good friend of yours, is she not?
Yes, but she would never, you know, do anything that was against the law or that would lie under perjury of anything. She saw him approach me. She heard when he asked me that Bill invited me up to the room, saw him give me the piece of paper, and, you know, all I have to say is I know that Danny does know what the truth is, and I believe that the reason why he's saying this is that he doesn't want to agree to trying to get women for Mr. Clinton. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, that he does not want to admit to that.
All right, there are some other parts of your story that Trooper Ferguson disputes, and I want to ask you about that in just a moment. We'll be right back.
In business, there never seems to be enough of it. And the last thing you can afford to do is run out of it. Time. So rest assured, Delta Airlines will help you make the most of it. With over 4,900 flights a day to over 300 cities around the world. And best of all, we'll make sure you arrive relaxed and refreshed with plenty of time to spare. Delta Airlines.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car.
Now, my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
A little glue, a few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
Right now, your Honda dealer is offering attractive lease rates on the Del Sol S.
For all the do-it-yourselfer dads out there, Sears has the largest selection of tools for Father's Day. Like this 54-piece Craftsman mechanics tool set. Made in America, guaranteed forever. Only $39.99 including case and Sears exclusive quick-release ratchet. Or this Craftsman 3-drawer rally box with tumbler lock, also $39.99. For thousands of gift ideas you can work with this Father's Day, make it Craftsman tools. Only at Sears, bringing America's best to you.
We inspect the porcelain on steel surface for durability, check the triple burners to heat evenly, and the patented flavorizer system for versatility. We test every gas valve and gauge for accuracy, and even evaluate the swing-up tables for maximum utility. The Weber Gas Barbecue. Of all the testing, examining, and retesting that goes into it, the true test is what comes out of it. If it's Weber, it's great outdoors.
We're back now speaking with Paula Jones. Miss Jones, as I was saying, there are other parts of your story Trooper Ferguson disputes. One point, he says, is that he did not wait outside the room. He acknowledges he was on the elevator with you. He acknowledges he pointed out the room, presumably the governor's room, but then he says he left and went to the second floor of the hotel. What, you're sure you saw him outside the room?
Yes, I'm positive, because when I walked out, he was sitting there, and he had a smirk on his face when he looked up at me, and I did not say anything to him. He did not say a word to me. He had a smirk on his face.
Because he also says that not only that, he says he was on a second floor, and he said that you came up to him, asked how long he and the governor were going to remain at the hotel, then asked if the governor had a girlfriend, and so on.
See, that is not true. And, you know, if things went so well in the room, why wouldn't I tell Mr. Clinton myself that I wanted to be his girlfriend? Why would I go and get a state trooper or try to find a state trooper and tell him, oh, I'd like to be Mr. Clinton's girlfriend?
That day, you talked to the friend who was with you at the hotel, the co-worker, another friend, and you also told one of your sisters, as I understand it, and then a couple of days later, you told another sister and your mother about the incident. Now, one of your sisters, Charlotte Brown, and her husband have said, as you know, that you were not at all upset about this incident. You seemed delighted, excited, even thrilled to have met the governor of Arkansas, and that you gave no indication that anything so awful had happened in that hotel room.
You know, my sister believed the story, and she said that she did believe that it took place. And I did tell her I was thrilled at first, as I told her the story, that I was thrilled to meet the governor before I found out what had took place in the room. And I was upset about what did take place, and my sister believed me, and she has done nothing but support me on this whole issue the whole time until the day of the filing that I filed.
And why do you think that is?
Well, her husband, I know he's always liked Bill Clinton. He's never liked me. He doesn't like my sister, Lydia. He's never gotten along with anyone, none of my family members.
But your sister Charlotte has made the flat-out statement. She told one reporter, she says, I know Paula. She said, if anything happened in that hotel room, she said, if there was sexual harassment, Paula would have done something right then about it.
Oh, I was scared, you know, and nobody ever knows what they will do. They will just say what I will do until you're put in those shoes, and you're the one that it happened to. I was scared to lose my job. I had a job that paid very good for Arkansas, I thought. I needed a job. Jobs were hard to come by. I was scared. I didn't know how to, I didn't know if I could tell Dave Harrington. He was the director. He was also a dear friend of the governor's.
This is, again, the head of the agency where you were working. Now, you stayed. You did not do anything at that time. You stayed in your, that job and then eventually another job in state government until 1993.
That's correct.
Now, you allege in your lawsuit that you were treated badly by your superiors, that they were cool toward you, you were moved from one position to another, that you were not given any merit pay raises, and I believe they are now saying that you did get a merit pay raise.
I may have, and you know, whatever the records show, that, you know, that'll be what's true, but not to my recollection that I got anything compared to what my, you know, my co-workers, my peers got. And
well, are you saying, is it your suggestion in the lawsuit that Governor Clinton was somehow behind your being treated
well, yes,
not as well as your co-workers?
Yes, I feel that way. He was very close to Mr. Harrington and the deputy director, Cherry Duckett. And I could tell an attitude change from Miss Duckett, definitely. I would look up, the woman would walk into the room right where I was at. I would say, hello, how are you doing, or good morning, and she would not even look at me, respond to me. Just certain actions that would take place, even with my own supervisor. I felt something was going on, and I just didn't know what it was. But I feel that. I feel that it could have been that.
That somehow
they might have had a reason. Yeah,
that the governor may have been. All right, move ahead now 3 years, almost 3 years, to early 1994. You are talking, you've come back to Arkansas, or you're on the telephone with a friend from Arkansas, and she tells you about this article in the American Spectator magazine, reads to you from the article, the story written by David Brock that alleges a number of activities, then governor engaging in so-called womanizing. How did you know, what made you think the Paula in that article was you?
Well, someone pointed out to my friend Debbie that, you know, she talked about Paula, blah, 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 that she worked at Arkansas Industrial Development Commission. They did a lot of business with the Arkansas Industrial Development Commission. They thought that's who it was and asked my friend Debbie, and Debbie knew that was me. And
so you were concerned that what?
That would ruin my reputation. I had told my friends, my family, my fiance at the time, what the real truth was. And then that article made me look like that I did have a consensual relationship with Mr. Clinton, which did not take place, and I absolutely did not say that I wanted to be his girlfriend.
Filing this lawsuit had to be a very big decision on your part. You waited 3 years. You knew the publicity that it was going to bring. Did you have any hesitation about doing this?
Well, I really didn't wait 3 years. This all happened in January. I probably would have never came out on my own if they hadn't tainted me as a woman that would do those kind of things, which I did not. And all I wanted to do was clear my name and make sure that people knew that I did not do those things.
You know, as you know, your sister and brother-in-law, among others, are saying you did this for the money. You're asking for $700,000.
And if there's any of that money left, that is going to go to the charity, a charity of my choice. I am not in it for the money. It's not about the money. It is about getting my good name and my reputation back.
But do you think you can get that with this lawsuit and with this kind of publicity, this lawsuit against the president, unprecedented lawsuit against the president?
Well, all I asked for was an apology. I did not want to file this at all. All I wanted was an apology and an acknowledgement that, yes, he did invite me up to his room instead of saying that I was a pathetic liar and all that. That's all I asked for, and he can't admit to any of that. And I did not want to do this, and that's the only way I felt that I could take action was to do this.
Do you feel you're being used in any way by these conservative groups, these anti-Clinton groups that are paying for some of the legal?
You know, I really don't know that much about them. Honestly, I don't talk with them. People say that this is all about conservative people or whatever, the right wing trying to destroy the president. I don't even care about politics. It's not about politics. I didn't even know what a conservative was until this came out, or a liberal was. I really didn't. That's just not what I like, my interests are. And where are they if they're supporting us so much and everybody says they're paying us off? We haven't had any money. We don't want any money. And it's not about that. Didn't they pay for a hotel room and so forth when you had the news conference and so forth? No, nobody has paid us any money for anything. We have paid our own way to and from places, and nobody's paid us any money, and we don't want any money.
By the way, who did you vote for president in 1992?
That was my first time I'd ever registered to vote, first time I ever voted, and I did it, and I voted for Mr. Bush.
You did?
Yes.
Was this incident in your mind when you voted for him?
Yes, it was. I just don't feel that what he done to me, that he has the right to be, that high up, or, but that's what he is today, and yes, he's a president, but I just didn't want my little vote to go for him.
Don't you think this has created a huge embarrassment for the President of the United States?
He's the one who put himself there. I didn't do this. He's the one who did it to me. And just because I'm coming forward like a woman should do when they're done wrong, just because it's the president, I guess I shouldn't have done it. That's the way I feel.
Do you think he should be president?
I'm not trying to make him not be. That's not what this is about. I mean, he can be the president, but he has to pay for what he's done. And I'm not. He's responsible, and he's the president.
Well, Paula Jones, we thank you for being with us. Thank you very much.
After driving the Land Rover Discovery through Tanzania, Burundi, and Sabah, Malaysia, there was only one place left to take it. Introducing Discovery, the family vehicle from Land Rover.
Whenever you want to take control of a TV or VCR, look no further than your wrist. It's a game. The Casio remote control watch, the perfect gift.
Hey, let's see why Ace is the place in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Values, John, plain and simple.
Like a 12-inch 3-speed oscillating fan, just $12.99. And Ace 5-star flat latex house paint, $8.97 a gallon.
Ace is America's place for better values.
After the Paula Jones interview, CNN contacted Robert Bennett, who is the president's attorney, and officials at the White House to ask if they would provide a spokesperson to comment on Ms. Jones' allegations. They declined, but they referred us to Ann Lewis, who was a longtime Democratic consultant and the chair of a group called Back to Business, a committee that was put together earlier this year. Ann Lewis, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for asking me.
And why doesn't the White House want to comment on these allegations, and why doesn't the president's attorney, Mr. Bennett?
I think probably the reason is the same one that we formed, the Back to Business Committee, which is we found that this president was under such constant, unremitting partisan attack that if he spent time defending himself against all these attacks that were coming at him from all sides, he wouldn't have time to do the business of the country.
What about her original allegation about what happened at the hotel in May of 1991? The state trooper, Danny Ferguson, says he did travel up on an elevator with her. He says he pointed out the governor's room and that she walked to the room. Now, so there are two people now who say that that happened.
As I've gone back and looked at the original story and then heard people react to it, it's once again one in which there just are enough contradictions to make me wonder what's happening. First, Danny Ferguson, whom Paula Jones first said would be a witness on her side, would sort of testify that what she was saying was true, in fact contradicts her on several very vital points. Second, her sister, one of her two sisters, who she said would testify that what she said was true, has contradicted her. And her sister has said that Paula Jones said to her, whichever way this goes, there's money in this.
But her sister has also said that she believes something happened in that hotel room between Paula Jones and then Governor Clinton. What her difficulty is with the fact that her sister's filing suit.
Right. And said that she did not appear to her distressed. So I'm, again, without saying that I'm an omniscient person who is sort of there and can discern the truth in this, I just want to point out the many contradictions. And the third contradiction is that in Paula Jones' original suit, she claimed that she was treated badly on the job and that she got no raises. And now we learned that, in fact, she did get raises. And she was, as I understand it, among 9 people, she was sort of the third highest paid in that section.
She says she's getting no money from this. She says she seeks to have her good name restored. And she also says that whatever money she receives from this lawsuit, if she's successful, over and above her attorney's fees and other costs, she's going to donate to charity.
You know, if I go back and ask myself, why does this make me skeptical? What do I hear? The first is, if I think you're concerned about your good name, as I understand it, when people are reacting to an article that's been written about them, for example, and we have lots of cases where people have actually filed libel suits, usually they file that suit against the magazine, the newspaper, the source of the article. Paula Jones and her lawyer did not file suit against the American Spectator, which is a very conservative, Republican, anti-Bill Clinton magazine. Instead, they filed suit against the president. So again, I wonder if that's the way you wanted to restore your good name, why would you take this path, which sort of guarantees maximum publicity, maximum attention, rather than going against the source of the discomfort?
So what is the public, Ann Lewis, to make of this?
Remember, there really is such an issue as sexual harassment, but I'd like to keep it separate from what I think right now is also clearly a political attack on Bill Clinton. And the second thing I'd like the public to keep in mind is that this particular lawsuit has been sponsored, underwritten, if you will, promoted by people who are ardent enemies of President Clinton, who attacked him before the election.
All right, Ann Lewis, thank you.
Soon, a new voice will be heard across the land. Yours.
This sale is so big, they hired a 40-foot gorilla just to hold the sign. Come see for yourself. 2.9% financing on the largest selection of new Ford Escorts in Kansas City. only at Olathe Ford, your #1 retail Ford dealer. Over 70 Escorts to choose from. 3 doors, 5 doors, and station wagons with no money down and 2.9% finance. Don't miss out. Hurry to Olathe Ford, just east of I-35 on 150 Highway, next to Olathe Lincoln Merchant.
We believe America's ready for some straight talk about saving money.
At Piggly Wiggly, we love to talk about our special low pigs prices. Why, on an average week, they can save you from 15 to 20%, and that's on all the things you buy. Plus, at Piggly Wiggly, you don't have to give up anything to get these great savings. You'll still get great prices on fine meats. And you'll find produce that I think is the freshest anywhere. I ought to know. I grew up on the farm.
Shipping Connection specializes in custom packaging and shipping anything anywhere from 1 to 1,000 pounds. We ship everything, whether computers or motorcycles, fine china or stuffed animals, even totem poles. Our other offerings include complete fax services, gift wrapping, copying, and packaging supplies, including a wide array of shipping boxes. Shipping Connection, an authorized UPS outlet, offers overnight and 2-day delivery services, domestic or international, air, sea, or land. Come visit us at 11920 College Boulevard or call 4690100.
There's so many different foreign cars, I think that's what sets us apart. Having the parts available when you need them is one of the most important things, and O'Reilly does that. We've got the parts in stock for all the various models.
I do drive an '84 Nissan, and I do not have any problems getting parts for it.
At O'Reilly, I've never had trouble finding the parts I need.
Remember, for import parts, it's O'Reilly for your auto parts.
This is CNN.
If you in any way are assisting Mr. Simpson in avoiding justice, Mr. Simpson is a fugitive of justice right now. And if you assist him in any way, you are committing a felony.
Tonight on Larry King Live, an American tragedy. O.J. Simpson vanishes after being charged for a crime his fans never dreamed he could commit. Could the once beloved O.J. have led a violent double life? What lies ahead legally for the fugitive superstar? How will the African-American community take the fall of another role model? All the latest on the most shocking crime story in memory, plus your phone call. Now, live from Washington, here's Larry King.
One quick note, because of this incredible story, tomorrow night's edition of Larry King Weekend will come to you live from New York City. We'll have a panel of sportscasters. Unbelievably, the most watched, most wondered about man in America has gone missing tonight. He apparently disappeared from under the noses of his lawyers and doctors this afternoon, dodged an arranged surrender, and vanished into the Los Angeles haze. O.J. Simpson, one of our most public figures even before this week's incredible events, is now one of our most wanted ever. The football star, movie star, TV sports analyst, commercial pitchman is described as armed and dangerous, possibly suicidal, and if found, he could face the death penalty for the murders of Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman. In a note he wrote before he fled and read at a news conference tonight, Simpson denied any responsibility for his ex-wife's murder, insisted they had a great relationship. But he thanked a lifetime's worth of friends and wrote, "I can't go on. There is nothing like this in memory, nothing." We're going to devote the entire hour tonight to this breaking story. We'll talk shortly with Cindy Garvey about the strange Jekyll Hyde phenomenon of celebrities with tortured private lives. We're going to start out, however, in Los Angeles with Barry Tarlow, head of the National Association of Criminal Trial Lawyers, and Joe Allen Demetrius, with the well-known jury consultant and criminologist. Barry, there's no reference point for this, is there?
There isn't, Larry, but thanks for the promotion. I'm just head of a committee to free the innocent in prison, not the 28,000 association.
Okay.
But there is nothing that compares to this in any murder case that I have ever seen or read about.
All right, so therefore, when lawyers need reference points and we don't have any, what do you make of it?
It is something which, well, of course, we ought not to make anything of what we read in the newspapers, because O.J. Simpson or any other citizen ought to be presumed innocent. Unfortunately, everyone in the country, and lawyers included, reach conclusions from what they see in the papers.
Was he given, in your opinion, Barry, special treatment by being allowed to come in at an appointed time on a murder rap?
Not at all. Well, special in some sense, but not unusual. In many cases, including murder cases, we have surrendered clients. It goes on all the time. It serves the interest of justice. And I've never had a client that disappeared like this. So, A, it's special, but it's not unusual.
The criticism of the Los Angeles Police Department over not apprehending and not knowing where he is, a famous figure like this, deserved or not deserved?
Not deserved. I'm no great fan of the Los Angeles Police Department, but they did the right thing, letting the man go to his wife's funeral. He cannot be a fugitive. It's impossible for him to disappear. The likelihood of him being a fugitive was almost nil. I suppose anyone who's faced with a crime would have the potential of committing suicide, but it's unexpected. You promise you'll bring a client in many serious cases. The client agrees to do it, and as I say, I've never had a problem with it.
Joe Ellen, criminologist, jury consultant, expert on these sort of things. One, if he does come in, if there is a trial, can we get a jury that doesn't know about this?
I don't think that there is a person, certainly in Los Angeles, that isn't aware of the situation. It seems to be an all-consuming topic of discussion since Monday evening. And I do think that we would be able to actually get a fair and impartial jury just based on what I've heard in the community. There is a great deal of denial that has gone on amongst members of the Los Angeles population that this football great has done something like this. I think for the most part, the percentage of the people in Los Angeles are in denial over it.
By the way, our phone numbers are 202-408-1666. That's our domestic phone lines. That helps the benefit of radio listeners who may not be watching us, but listening now. 202-408-1666. Joe Ellen, what do you make of this? Your job is to look into the mind of people who do strange things in unusual circumstances. You've heard that letter that O.J. wrote to the public. What do you make of it?
Well, I think the whole situation is a very tragic situation. Certainly the murder of two people, with the fugitive status of O.J. at this point, I think that there's a great deal of concern on all of our minds about the suicidal element that is contained herein. I mean, it would just be a horrible, tragic ending to something that has been in everybody's eyes since Monday.
Did that note sound like a suicide note?
Well, it certainly did to me. I am not a psychologist, but it sounded as though this is a person that was basically writing his last words to the people that he most loved in this life.
When you say the feeling in the community is mixed, are you saying there's still a lot of people, despite the fact that he's called a fugitive tonight, who don't believe he did this?
I think so. I think that certainly his status has been somewhat reduced. Just hearing the reaction of the media in the police department statement at noon, and the shock when they said that they were currently looking for Mr. Simpson and that he had not turned himself in, was a good indication that there are people that just don't believe that this has happened. And yet you can't help but think that you put the pieces of the puzzle together, and it certainly reduces the number of people potentially that may give him the benefit of the doubt. But again, we have to remember that there is a presumption of innocence with an individual, and I think that a lot of the media has lost sight of that fact.
Barry, how has Mr. Shapiro handled this based on his statements tonight?
This is such a sensational case that I'm not sure there is any particular right thing that you can do. Bob Shapiro is a fine lawyer. This is it's a firestorm, though. Cases that any of us have been in involving celebrities don't compare to what this is about. He's doing the best he can under tremendously troubling circumstances, where his actions are being questioned by news people, where everything the police has done, everything the district attorney has done is being questioned. And quite frankly, even some of the district attorneys who are down at the secret grand jury proceedings today are beginning to lose it under the pressure.
We're going to take a break and come back and include your phone calls, then meet Cindy Garvey, who, by the way, met and talked with the late Mrs. Simpson recently. Cindy Garvey, a broadcast personality in her own rights. We'll take your calls for Joe Ellen Demetrius and Barry Tarlow right after this.
Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life, great friends. Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I helped yours. Peace and love, O.J.
You find yourself in an inverted 12-week cycle. Now, there are many oscillations in strength, but you must look into the future, even futures themselves. You see the contrarive wave trend sideways. You're experiencing month-end seasonality. Always, though, you must align yourself with real values.
Is she an astrologer? Financial analyst.
Debt-equity ratios, earning growth momentum, current asset ratios, all of these will point you on your true course.
Okay, but where do I put my money?
When you say money, do you mean actual money?
Okay. Everybody knows U.S. Air. Not everybody knows Konica. There. Now you do. Your experience with U.S. Air. U.S. Air's experience with Konica. Why you get on board with U.S. Air. Why U.S. Air is on board with Konica. So if you know this company, you should know this company. Because Konica has earned its wings from U.S. Air. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I'll be taking care of business.
For 10 days in July, Western Canada becomes overrun with cowboys and Indians. Because when the Calgary Stampede opens for business, so does the greatest outdoor show on earth.
Taking care of business.
And when the Calgary Stampede needs office products, they take care of business at Office Depot. Because nobody guarantees lower prices, and that's no bull.
Taking care of business.
Office Depot.
Here's the real beauty of Rust-Oleum protective coatings. A tough barrier against the elements. Rust-Oleum, the name that means protection.
Sunday, in the struggle for civil rights, it was the summer that began a march for freedom and ended in death. Relive the mean season that shaped the course of history, the summer of '64. CNN presents Sunday, 9 Eastern.
I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that. This way, they can move on and go on with their lives. Please, if I've done anything worthwhile in my life, let my kids live in peace from you, the press.
We're back on Larry King Live with famed Los Angeles criminal defense attorney Barry Tarlow and Joe Ellen Demetrius, the criminologist and jury consultant. You mentioned the press earlier, Joe Ellen. We're going to go to calls in a moment. Have we overdone it here?
Well, it would certainly seem that way with the consumption of the information that has been out there. Generally, people believe that, 80% that if there's an arrest where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think that the isolation of this one incident in terms of world news has just been so overwhelming, and I think obviously has affected O.J. To the point where certainly as a result of that letter, it sounds as though he's considering taking his own life if he hasn't at this point already.
Barry, too much?
Absolutely. I understand that the public has a right to know and journalists have a right to do something, but there must be something more important in the world going on. You have 200 people from the press camped out on Rockingham Drive in Brentwood watching his house. I mean, they're accomplishing nothing. The press says, why didn't the police follow him? My answer is, you have all these reporters out there, why didn't they follow him and see where he was going?
They're not paid to follow him, the police are, right?
Well, but they're trying to create a story or follow a story. Again, sitting around doing nothing and watching a house hardly seems like a worthwhile use of press resources. It's important to cover things that the public is interested in, but there ought to be some limits. And my question is, how do you ever get a fair trial for your client, even someone as beloved as O.J., when you have this kind of overwhelming, unrebutted, pounding evidence that he's guilty.
Alexandria, Virginia, as we go to phone calls for Barry Tarlow and Joe Ellen Demetrius. Cindy Garvey in a couple of minutes. Hello.
Hi, Larry. My question is for anybody on the panel. I find that it was a very honest, sincere letter hinting of suicide. Why in the world, in an honest, sincere effort to explain the situation, would you lie? And if he did kill these people, he told that one lie, which I took in the letter to be the only one he told.
That he didn't do it.
That he did not kill her. Why lie? He's going to die anyway.
Of course, there's nothing much that's rational about committing suicide or about a crime like this. But I think what the caller's talking about demonstrates something that I've seen here. There is such a residue of goodwill for this man. People don't want to believe it. I talked to one of the most hard-nosed prosecutors in L.A. County today, and even he felt a great deal of sympathy for O.J. in this case.
Well, anybody
it is
who knows,
truly
it's
extraordinary.
very hard to be mad at O.J. Simpson. He's been on this show, I know him a long time. It's hard to be angry at him. Will you agree, Barry? It's very hard to build up anger, hatred for him.
I do agree, but I've never seen a case where you have such a brutal crime as this, and yet there is such overwhelming sympathy for the person accused, not only refusing to believe, or not even accused, the person who might have done it, who not only people not willing to believe that he did it, but even if they suspect that he did it, feeling sympathetic. I mean, I feel terrible for this man, and I hardly know him.
Middleton, New Jersey, hello.
My question is, at the conference, Shapiro said that a doctor examined O.J. for a lump. Do you think that this was an attempt to invoke sympathy for O.J.?
Joe Ellen?
I don't think so. I think it was just a matter of Mr. Shapiro sharing what happened during that period of time. I don't think it was a matter of evoking sympathy at all.
We're going to take a call now from Brussels, Belgium. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Right. My question is, what is this evidence that the police, or until yesterday, the police did not arrest O.J.?
All right. What took so long, Barry?
Well, if you listen to District Attorney Garcetti on the phone, on the TV today, he was saying that they did not have a blood match in the case until late last night. Now, this is a circumstantial case. First of all, you have to accept the evidence that you read in the paper from, quotes, unnamed sources. But assuming that's so and it's a circumstantial evidence case, absent tying up the blood, you simply don't have a case. And Garcetti was saying, we didn't arrest him because we could not put it together.
Is flight damaging in a case, Joe Ellen?
Oh, absolutely. I think that most people assume that with flight there is a presumption of guilt. However, still in O.J.'s case, I would still say that the percentage of people that do not want to believe that this has in fact happened is significant.
Thank you both very much, Barry Tarlow and Joe Ellen Demetrius. This is Larry King Live. We'll be back with Cindy Garvey right after this.
First to O.J., wherever you are, for the sake of your family, for the sake of your children, please surrender immediately. Surrender to any law enforcement official at any police station, but please do it immediately.
If you buy office supplies, here's important news from the Business Consumer Guide. In an independent survey comparing prices among mail-order companies and office supply superstores, Office Depot is named the clear price leader. In fact, among the leading superstores, Office Depot has lower prices in every category surveyed. From paper and pens to computer supplies, nobody has lower prices overall than Office Depot. Taking care of business.
The remarkable Ricoh plain paper laser fax. Designed to grow as your company grows. A higher level of performance and productivity
With intelligence and capabilities so expandable, it'll be hard for your company to outgrow it, even harder for the competition to outperform it. Ricoh didn't just refine high-speed digital fax. We reinvented it. The name to know, Ricoh.
Fellow travelers, life's a journey. Our friends and colleagues, lovers and loved ones, is it all part of a bigger picture? What connects us to each other? Well, Mobile Link. Only cellular service that has Mobile Link makes it easy to connect with everyone, no matter where you are on that cosmic interstate, even if you don't know where you are.
Make sure your local cellular service has Mobile Link. Call 800-995-4000.
For all the do-it-yourselfer dads out there, Sears has the largest selection of tools for Father's Day. Like this 54-piece Craftsman mechanics tool set. Made in America, guaranteed forever. Only $39.99 including case and Sears exclusive quick-release ratchet. Or this Craftsman 3-drawer rally box with tumbler lock, also $39.99. For thousands of gift ideas you can work with this Father's Day, make it Craftsman tools. Only at Sears, bringing America's best to you.
Mr. Simpson, under these charges, is in fact eligible for the death penalty. However, we will not make a decision until after we have had an opportunity to review the actual court testimony of our witnesses, preliminary hearing, a grand jury, whatever it might be, so that we can then make, I think, a more informed decision as to what evidence we actually have.
At the Los Angeles District Attorney, this is Larry King Live. It is now clear that the public O.J. Simpson and the private man were two decidedly different figures. O.J., the celebrity, handsome, affable, funny, magnetic. O.J., the husband, angry, violent, apparently cruel and tormented. Not many people see beneath the public veneer of a major star. Nicole Simpson did. So did Cynthia Garvey. She was married to Los Angeles Dodgers Steve Garvey. It didn't go well or end well. Cynthia has written about that marriage and is now a major broadcast personality in Los Angeles, where we find her tonight and where we thank her for coming. We know a lot of people have asked her to appear. We certainly thank, going on an old friendship, your appearance here tonight, Cynthia. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, Larry, only for you. You know that.
I know. Tell us
that.
about your meeting with Nicole Simpson and what happened.
Okay, Larry. I've been called in the last 3 or 4 days by most networks and television shows to talk about what it's like to be married to an athlete or perhaps a famous figure who has gone awry in the public eye. But I'm here tonight for you, Larry, to talk about something else, about Nicole Brown, and a happen chance, very poignant meeting that I had with her right before Christmas of last year. I was shopping, Larry, at the Brentwood Plaza here in Southern California for my children, my 2 girls, Christian and Whitney, who you know. As she was for her children. She called my name. I turned. I hadn't seen Nicole in a couple years. I had met her twice before at her home after she had married O.J. And matter of fact, I thought they were still married. She's a good 10 years younger than I am. I don't socialize with her or her friends, etc. But she called my name and I turned. And she said, "Cindy, I like your haircut." I knew that was just an opening for something, because what she did, Larry, is then came up to me and she held me by the sleeve like this. And she said, "Cindy, I read your book," and pushed me over to the side of a little store we were standing in front of and said, "I admire you for raising your children in privacy, for all you've been through." And I turned to her and I said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" There were many shoppers around. It was like 5:30 in the afternoon, Larry. And she proceeded to tell me that she was concerned about her children, about her own safety. I had heard about the '89 incident. All of Los Angeles and many parts of the country had already, when O.J. was cited for spousal abuse. But she did not let go of my sleeve. And so I instinctively put my hand over her hand, and I could feel her trembling. And when I did that, Larry, tears came to her eyes. And that face now has haunted me for 4 nights. It's breaking my heart, but it's doing something else, and I hope the country feels perhaps in some way the way I do right now. It angered me. This woman,
was she genuinely frightened?
I felt a fear, because what she said next to me was she had read my book, but no one really believed me until much later, that although someone can appear to be charming, articulate, skilled, maybe not just in a sport which involves a ball, maybe a politician, maybe a doctor, maybe a lawyer, maybe an accountant, any field, man or woman, that they oftentimes think that the public person they are seeing is also what that person is like away from the public eye. And it is not the case. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out.
You were not, though, physically abused.
No, not in my marriage. No. As a child, yes, but not in my marriage.
But obviously this is a case of physical abuse, but not... But
well, you know,
there are abusers, but not murderers, Cynthia. Aren't you shocked by this?
No, not a bit. Not a bit. I called yesterday and spoke to you because the reason... I didn't want to be on television, Larry. You made me do this, but only for you and for Nicole Brown. There's a book out now by Dr. Robert Hare called Without Conscience, The Disturbing World of Psychopaths Among Us. This is a psychopath is not a crazy person, and I'm not saying that O.J. is a psychopath, but it's a person who leads their lives, often doing acts without any sense of remorse or feeling that maybe you and I would have. If I hurt someone, if I do something wrong, I'm saying I'm sorry till I'm blue in the face. Psychopaths tend to walk amongst us, and because of their charm, maybe their added talent, and their acumen to garner public acclaim, they are given what's called celebrity license to misbehave. If I hear one more time how people are sorry for O.J. Simpson, I don't know what I'm going to do. Why don't they show a picture of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? They have no options. They're taken out. They're slaughtered.
I noticed that Steve was at the funeral, that he knew them both too, I guess, right?
Steve Garvey and I met O.J. Simpson, Bruce Jenner, all the athletes from the early 70s, naturally through sports functions and whatever, when we came out here in the early 70s. I'm not here to talk about Steve Garvey.
Didn't you like O.J. Simpson?
I have to tell you, I kind of figured out O.J. and many people like O.J. and Steve Garvey early on because they treat everyone about the same in the public. Then when that camera, which I call the public eye, is off, you see the true person if you're still around. Many times I was still around. Most of you all weren't.
Cynthia Garvey's our guest, and we'll come back and take your phone calls. This is Larry King Live in Washington. Again, we're going to do a special live edition of Larry King Weekend tomorrow night from New York with prominent sportscasters talking about this still ongoing, incredible story. This is Larry King Live, back with your phone calls for Cynthia Garvey, and don't forget, a half hour from now, a special one-hour edition of The World Tonight on CNN, in which we explore fully the O.J. Simpson story, right to the minute, on World News Tonight. Back after these messages.
All my teammates over the years, Reggie, you were the soul of my pro career. Ahmad, I never stopped being proud of you. Marcus, you got a great lady in Catherine. Don't mess it up. Bobby Chandler, thanks for always being there. Skip and Kathy, I love you guys. Without you, I never would have made it through this far.
Going to Hawaii. Why did I buy a bikini? Wonder what I'd look like sitting.
When you're trying for a certain look.
Putting on suntan lotion. What else? Walking.
Help get that look by including Kellogg's Special K. Great toasted taste, 110 calories, and fat-free.
Oh, bikini. Yeah, I'd say that rhymes with aloha.
Kellogg's Special K. Great taste never looks so good.
I'm playing Pete's Comedy Pagoda tonight. I'm staying here at the Super 8 Motel. My favorite place. I love this room, don't you? Super 8 rooms are always affordable and roomy. And steamy. 4 more hours to showtime. Okay, new joke. That's funny. No, it's not.
Super 8. 1-800-800-8000. Life's great at Super 8. Super 8 proudly offers AT&T long-distance service for your calling card and operator-assisted calls.
Is getting into your briefcase more of a job than your job? Old-fashioned briefcases have 2 positions, open and closed. Introducing the first briefcases to split the difference. Samsonite's new Smart Attachés. They open all the way when laid flat, but a patented smart hinge tells them to open like a portfolio when upright. So you can get to your work without all the work. The Smart Attaché series, new from Samsonite.
Can Bill Clinton truly change welfare as we know it? He says he can and unveiled his plans to do it. Health and Human Services Secretary Donna Shalala talks welfare reform with CNN's Evans and Novak, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, Saturday.
Every year, American business wastes millions of dollars on international calls by using the wrong long-distance company. Now you don't have to waste that money. Introducing MCI's Proof Positive Worldwide. Save up to 50% off typical international calls around the world. Call by June 30th and get 1 month of free long distance. Call MCI now and put your money back in your business.
It is relief from pain for millions. It is drug-free and has eliminated the need for thousands of expensive operations. In some parts of America, it is the only health care families have. Chiropractic care. It has earned its place in America's new health care system. Your right to affordable chiropractic care. Your freedom to choose. Call your congressman. Insist on it.
Murder charges are filed against O.J. Simpson, the fall of a former football star and celebrity. On CNN's World News, 10 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Summer's here, and it's time to hit the lake. So make your first stop your only stop at the Boating Center, Kansas City's largest full-service dealership. For 81 years, Larson has been building boats to last. And whether it's a sporty Escapade or a Cabrio Cruiser, your Mercruiser-powered Larson has the best customer protection package in the industry. See the full line of Larsons at the Boating Center. 40 Highway and 291. Independence, Missouri.
The action heats up with the grand opening of the all-new J. Wolf Honda at 435 in Warnell. Just step up to the plate for the best deal around.
It's the biggest hit in town. The grand opening of the incredible all-new J. Wolf Honda, your #1 volume Honda dealer, with a 94 Accord for $199 a month or a 94 Civic for $159 a month. Where to, George?
Make tracks to the leader of the pack. J. Wolf Honda exceeds your expectations.
This is CNN.
Everyone understand, I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her, always have, and always will. If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Recently, we came to the understanding that for now, we were not right for each other.
We're back on Larry King Live with Cynthia Garvey. What do you make of that letter, Cynthia?
Gee, it kind of reminds me of the serial killer who used to say, you know, I only meant to stab her 4 times, not 44 times, you know?
Well, you're a little angry, Cynthia.
I am angry because, Larry, too many people are asking about O.J., about O.J., about O.J. Why don't we talk about what makes the O.J. Simpsons of this world? If they needed a premier case in this country now to perhaps have the people that we elect to high office, the organizations that we sometimes do not give money to protect battered women who have nowhere to go.
In fact, the
this
district
might be
attorney
it.
mentioned that today, that the
This might be it.
police have a problem with the battered woman and how to handle it when they get to the house and what they do.
Was it a shame, Larry? It's a shame.
Let's go to some calls for Cynthia Garvey, Albany, New York. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I have to say, Cynthia, I agree with you. I am so tired of hearing these people think that O.J. Simpson is so wonderful and so articulate, yet he's human, which means he can do these crimes. And if he has, he should be punished. It's not this, I want to die. If you're innocent, come and face the charges and prove you're innocent. But I mourn for Nicole and for those children, not for O.J.
My last vision of Nicole is she walked away from me, because when I started to tell her about organizations like Child Help USA or the various shelters available to battered women and children, what I saw is what I see many times. is she kind of steadied her back and basically said, they won't believe me, I can handle this. And as she walked away from me, I get a little motherly with people that are younger with me, I pulled on her pigtail. She had beautiful blonde platinum hair and was in a pigtail, and I pulled at it and I said, you be smart. And the face that haunts me is the face that turned around to me with a half smile. She was caught. I applaud her. I applaud her, though she's not around anymore. I think she tried. I think she tried. And perhaps, and this is all speculation, and when people want to criticize me on speculation, come on. But maybe she finally told him, we are never getting back together. So maybe he said, physically, if I can't have you, no one can have you.
Berlin, Germany, for Cynthia Garvey. Hello.
Hello, my name is Frank. Forgive me, but I feel a bit kind of angry for what Cindy is saying, because I feel that Cindy is condemning Mr. Simpson guilty before anything is official, and it reminds me a bit of the role LaToya Jackson had in the case of Michael Jackson, if you remember that.
No, I'm talking about spousal battery. He has already been caught for spousal battery. The police have been out to his house numerous times. He didn't have to serve his community sentence. He gave money. He was not properly put through the channels of maybe programs that would have helped him. No, yes. I don't know if he's guilty or not. The evidence is very heavy, though.
Pittsboro, North Carolina. Hello.
Good evening. My name is Deborah. My question for you, Miss Garvey, is if in fact you had such sincere concern for Mrs. Simpson, what did you do and how did you act upon that concern that could have benefited her in any way?
I did not know Nicole socially, and as she walked away from me, I felt totally helpless because all she said to me is that she had read my book, had sought some therapy, I think with Dr. Susan Forward. I don't know her. I didn't know her phone number. I don't know Nicole. I knew a lot of Nicoles. Some have met the same fate as Nicole Brown. I hope many others don't, and maybe by watching this program, and not just listening to me, talking to the men in their lives. How can men out there put up with other men beating women and children? Bust each other, men out there. If you see somebody joking around that it's funny to hit on women and children, it's not funny.
Marfa, Texas, last call for Cynthia Garvey. Hello.
Hi, Cindy. Don't you think we ought to make O.J. a victim like we do with every other murder?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get...
I don't know. I didn't hear that correctly.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
Cynthia, do you think O.J., and this would just be a layman's guess, but based on that letter, may have taken his life?
All right, I have two thoughts on this, Larry. I think men that beat on women and have a history of abuse are too cowardly to commit suicide. That could be one. You might think I'm cold-hearted. I am not. I don't think he will commit suicide. And I think the note is a time delay factor to gain sympathy. And I don't know what he did there that night in front of Nicole's house, but whatever came down there, it's pretty heavily weighted that he was involved.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Okay, Larry.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I really
good night.
appreciate you doing it.
All right, for you.
President of the L.A. Urban League is John Mack. What does this affair have to do with, if anything, Black America? Don't go away.
I'm not saying that he wouldn't be a flight risk. I mean, it's going to be... I'm very confident we're going to find O.J. Simpson because this is a man who can't hide too easily. I mean, his face is well known to millions of people throughout the world.
Why aren't you at college? Is something wrong?
No, we had a few days off. I decided to come and see you.
Michael, this is my son, Jeremy.
My mother has mentioned you.
I see. Well, we share a real passion for a certain coffee.
Yeah, Taster's Choice.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
Hello.
Jeremy said he enjoyed meeting you.
Jeremy. Is there anything else you've forgotten to tell me?
Volumes.
The issue is accidents on the job. Liberty Mutual has built the largest workers' compensation insurer database in the world. Information that provides unique insights helped reduce accidents for one Liberty customer by 73%. Workplace accidents, yours don't have to happen. Liberty Mutual, facing the issues that face our customers.
It is relief from pain for millions. It is drug-free and has eliminated the need for thousands of expensive operations. In some parts of America, it is the only health care families have. Chiropractic care. It has earned its place in America's new health care system. Your right to affordable chiropractic care, your freedom to choose. Call your congressman. Insist on it.
Of all your auto care choices, only one lets you earn up to 10% toward a new GM vehicle, your GM dealer, because only your GM dealer is a member of the GM MasterCard's new Accelerated Earnings Network, which helps you get a new car or truck.
Isn't in the scene because it's written in the book. Painting on the beat because I'm taking from the look. I'm script, like a log in the woods. I'm a gift that you get and you could.
Lung disease and other breathing problems are the leading cause of death in infants. But thanks to the American Lung Association's efforts in research and education, more kids are able to grow up to become what they were always meant to be, a real handful. Help us fight lung disease and air pollution. Call 1-800-LUNG-USA, because when you can't breathe, nothing else matters.
Okay. Welcome back to Larry King Live. In the African-American community, today's developments hit especially hard. O.J., after all, is the picture of success, proof that hard work and clean living pay off, proof that the upper echelon isn't always a whites-only club. How will young black Americans respond to the shocking collapse of such a strong role model? John Mack is head of the Urban League in Los Angeles. He was with us frequently during the Rodney King trial and its aftermath, and we welcome him again tonight. John, what's your overview of this?
Well, it hurts, Larry. It's like a brick in the middle of the stomach for an O.J. Simpson to, after all that he has acclaimed and achieved in life, seems as though to totally disintegrate on the private side. I guess it's painful from several standpoints. First of all, he clearly had become one of the icons in America and a bigger-than-life hero who certainly was an outstanding public role model for young African Americans as well as not-so-young African Americans throughout this nation. And I guess it says that we didn't really know the private O.J. Simpson, however, because we cannot overlook the tragic events that have happened, and while the trial has not been held yet, the evidence doesn't look good. I would hope that maybe one of the lessons, though, that we can learn from this extremely tragic experience is that our heroes are human beings, too. And maybe we shouldn't put any of them on such a high pedestal that we're not prepared to deal with some of the realities. And I hope maybe another lesson that we can learn is that maybe we need to create some new kinds of role models and heroes in black America. Not just glamorizing our athletes and entertainers, but other people who, our successful business people, our professionals and others who are not running around battering their wives, but who are successful.
Unfortunately, though, John, before the advance of the civil rights movement in the 60s, athletics was the only way to come in, right? Or one of the few, if any, ways.
It unquestionably was, and don't get me wrong, I was a big O.J. Simpson fan. I'm a big football fan, and clearly athletics has been an escape out of the ghetto for so many of our young people. So I'm not saying there's not a role for it at all. I just think that maybe we need to put all of this and refocus a little bit.
What do you think the black youth in Los Angeles and anywhere are thinking about this? What does it do?
I think it really, really hurts. It's painful. It's devastating. As I've talked to all kinds of young people as well as others throughout this week, they're in disbelief, shock, not wanting to believe that this could happen with O.J., wanting to think that, well, maybe this is a nightmare. I'm going to wake up and pinch myself and discover it's just a bad dream. I'm hoping, though, that they won't be so devastated that they won't be prepared to look ahead and get beyond this.
How about the city of Los Angeles and what it's gone through?
Los Angeles has OD'd these past 3 years or so. And as you know, Larry, we have moved from one major traumatic event to the next. The Rodney King, the beating of Rodney King, the trials, and the civil unrest, and the
natural
fires,
disasters,
the earthquakes. One of the things that I think really Los Angeles has been tested to the core. I think the confidence of our city has perhaps been shaken in many ways, and we're going to find out what we're made of as a city. And hopefully there'll be enough people who will be able to pick up the pieces and get beyond this tragic incident involving O.J. and all of the other things and try to build the city as it ought to be built.
It is a layman's guess, but what are your thoughts on that letter that O.J. wrote to the public?
As a layman, I'm worried, I'm nervous. It sounds to me like a goodbye letter. It sounds like a suicide note. I hope not.
We'll come back with John Mack and take your phone calls. At the top of the hour, a World News special edition on this O.J. Simpson matter. Now, normally on Saturday nights, we have a pre-taped edition we call Larry King Weekend. But tomorrow night, we will be live from New York with sportscasters and friends of O.J. Simpson as we look further on this matter. So we'll be live with a special edition of Larry King Weekend at 9 Eastern tomorrow night from New York. Next week, Mickey Mantle will be here, and so will Kevin Costner. We hope you will, too. We'll be back with calls for John Mack after this.
They told us that they would follow normal procedure, handcuff O.J., and take him to the police station, and they agreed that we would be able to accompany him. At that time, it was suggested that Dr. Fairstein go up and tell him that he was going to be transported in handcuffs into custody. It was at that time when Dr. Fairstein went in the room to alert him that we discovered for the first time that O.J. was not present.
Hello, I'm Lyndon Souls at CNN Center. At the top of the hour, a special edition of World News. We will devote the entire hour to the latest in the hunt for O.J. Simpson, now a fugitive from the law, wanted for the murders of his ex-wife and her male friend. I'll be joined by Jim Moret in Los Angeles, and we'll open the phone lines for your calls. Please join us.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car.
Now, my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
A little glue, a few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
Right now, your Honda dealer is offering attractive lease rates on the Del Sol S.
There's a place where the water is as clear as a blue summer sky, where you can play, get in shape, or relax and do nothing at all. A place where you can be with your children, or with your spouse, or just by yourself. A place that's refreshing and cool and as close as your backyard, your own pool. It's not just a place, it's a way of life. Make it yours. Call 1-800-323-3996.
While the world debates global warming, Indonesia is giving the Earth what it needs: trees. To date, Indonesia has planted more than 9 billion new trees and set aside 280 million acres of forests to remain forever. Let's work together to keep the Earth green.
Tonight on Sports Tonight, former football star O.J. Simpson's been charged with murder. We'll have the full story. Plus, Arnold Palmer's last walk-up 18 at a U.S. Open, and the World Cup opens. See you at 11 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Without involving ourselves in the analysis of the evidence, based on what we have received and obtained and developed since Monday morning, in consultation with the district attorney, we felt we had enough evidence to go out and seek an arrest warrant, which was approved. The details will come out in the preliminary arraignments and the court case to follow once he's arrested.
That L.A. Police Chief Williams. Our guest is John Mack, president of the L.A. Urban League. Let's go to some phone calls. Pensacola, Florida. Hello.
Hi. I was wondering, for Mr. Mack, do you feel that the reason why O.J. is running is because he doesn't feel he will get a fair trial.
I really don't think so in this case. O.J. is someone who could get a fair trial. There is a tremendous amount of love and public sympathy for O.J. across the board. So I really think that he's running for some other reasons. I think O.J., unfortunately, just had some more serious problems than any of us knew about, and maybe O.J. has decided that he doesn't want to face up to the consequences of his actions.
He had a troubled childhood. He was in gangs as a kid, was he not? And of course, any black has to look at this up front. The fact that this was an interracial marriage must be on some people's minds in this country, don't you think, John?
Oh, yeah, no question about it. And let's face it, we don't live in a perfect world yet. I'm sure that there are some people who were unhappy that it was an interracial marriage. I'm sure there were some who felt that he should have been married to an African-American woman. I think that was a matter of his personal choice. I think another critical point, again, Sidney Garfield talked about it, we have to face up to the fact that it's not right to batter your wife or engage in violence. I don't know whether O.J. really just became so, that violence became so much of a part of the fabric of his life that he got a little carried away with it.
Kingsport, Tennessee, hello.
Hi, Larry.
Hi.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Mack if he thought perhaps, you know, being human about not putting these, or not expecting these athletes to be on a pedestal, if perhaps he doesn't think that maybe the money that athletes are being paid today is...
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt this call. I understand we're going to go to a live picture in Los Angeles. Is that correct? Okay. This is Interstate 5, and this is courtesy of KCALR, one of our L.A. affiliates. Police believe that O.J. Simpson is in that car. Okay. Police believe he is in that vehicle. Let's pick up what the KCAL broadcaster is saying.
At this point, that the officers would do just about whatever they do in any type of a pursuit.
Now they're telling me that they believe that this vehicle is registered to Al Cowlings, one of O.J.'s oldest friends, a teammate at Southern Cal. And they believe that Al Cowling, who's the other person they're looking for, who was with O.J. earlier today, they believe, again, they believe that this is the car. We do not know this is the car.
It seems like Michelle is getting more information from than I've got. Regional 6 again is down below, but he's really not talking. He's on his own frequencies, trying to just stay on top of all of the vehicles down there, just in case the vehicle did get away. The law enforcement vehicle would be able to maintain visual at all times. Well, right now, Pat, I see two vans that are no more than, say, I would maybe 100 to 200 yards ahead of the vehicle. Besides that, we've got traffic up ahead, but that's more than maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile ahead. So in the immediate proximity, there are no other vehicles. In fact, going right across the bridge there, you can see more highway patrol as they're all trying to monitor and try to keep pace with the suspect vehicle and just try to pull this off safely if they can.
Channel 5 reports...
Oh, absolutely, David. There are numerous vehicles, as we would expect on a situation as intense as this one.
According to California Highway Patrol here.
But again, I think the main thing that they would be concerned about at this point is to try to keep...
They say this is Cowling's vehicle, and those look like police cars trailing it. This is Interstate 5, one of the many famed California freeways. We don't know if they're going north or south. They are heading south into Orange County, which is south of Los Angeles. They're near El Toro, one of the major cities in Orange County. They're just driving along at, looks like, average speed. Apparently, the assumption is that Cowling is driving and Simpson is a passenger, and police are trailing. The police are making no attempt to pull this car over.
Hey, Pat?
That person yelling, "Hey, Pat," is at KCAL in Los Angeles. And that's their helicopter.
I need to talk to Pat and David real quick, please.
John, do you hear me?
Yes,
John
I do.
Mack, our guest, the president of the LA Urban League.
Yes, I do.
What do you make of this?
I'll tell you, this is high drama, Larry. I didn't expect to be a part of this, but
neither did I.
You know, I really, it'll be interesting to see who's really in that car. And
all right, we're going to stay with this. Obviously, the car is not exceeding the speed limit. The California Highway Patrol has another helicopter, could be a police helicopter, is trailing it. They're going south through Orange County, but nobody is pulling this car over. And we could only guess as to why not.
Right, I guess they're just being
They
careful.
may fear that there are arms in that car. They may fear that Simpson may harm himself.
Right.
They may fear that they're not in the car and it's just the registered car and someone else is driving.
Right. Yeah, I think they're correct in proceeding with a great deal of caution here.
Now they are northbound on I-5. That's a correction. We had said southbound on I-5. Now they're northbound on I-5. That would make them heading toward L.A.
Coming back toward Los Angeles, yes.
Now police radio is saying that Simpson has a gun at his head. Police radio is saying that Simpson, the passenger in the car, has a gun at his head.
Oh, no.
Which is explained why they haven't been stopping and why they haven't moved up alongside.
Oh, no.
The voice saying, oh, no, is John Mack, president of the LA Urban League. If you've just joined us, this is Larry King live in Washington, reviewing a car apparently being driven by Al Cowling, one of O.J.'s oldest friends and a former teammate at Southern Cal. And the police radio
David,
is reporting that O.J. is the passenger in the car. The car is
really
somewhere by Disneyland. Let's listen to KCAL.
One thing we have been noticing, again, it's a very slow pursuit, followed by numerous highway patrol vehicles, but because of the intensity, it seems like people have heard about what's going on, and all the overpasses that we've seen have been lined with cars and pedestrians overhanging, watching, and seeing exactly what has been going on down below as the presumed vehicle of O.J. Simpson is still traveling very slowly northbound along the 5 freeway, coming up again towards the 91 intersection. At that point, we'll just have to wait and see which way he's going to go, but at this point, it's still a fairly laid-back situation, dangerous situation at the same time, because again, the Highway Patrol does not want to intimidate, and I repeat, do not want to intimidate this vehicle into doing anything that they really don't want him to do, and the main thing is to get him pulled over as safely as possible, and there's only a couple ways that'll happen. One is him just pulling over and or running out of gas. So at this point, we can only pray that they'll be able to pull this off in a safe measure.
There also appears to, all the other cars are pulling over to the side. Obviously, people listening to their radios know what's going on here. And that car appears to be in the second lane.
Pursuit, and unfortunately, it has a lot of mitigating circumstances because of the high profile of the proposed suspect that's inside the vehicle, which could possibly be and appears to be at this time O.J. Simpson.
Now they're moving over into the third lane. This car is not traveling at high speed, but California Highway Patrol and a lot of them are right behind it. Helicopters are above. This is the KCAL helicopter. That's our CNN affiliate. This is in Orange County, heading north around Disneyland. There you see all the police cars following them. And apparently any traffic that was on I-5, and that would be very crowded right now, has pulled over to the right or gotten off that freeway.
But we have seen one vehicle in the past that actually ended the pursuit at Parker Center, so it'd be quite ironic if that was to happen with this one traveling all the 5, get to Los Angeles, and then just go right and give up at Parker Center. So we'll just have to see what happens.
They could be heading, as the gentleman said, to L.A. Police Headquarters. That is a possibility. And that report was from a police car about that gun. We do not verify that, except we did apparently hear a police car say it. Okay. Again, that is apparently Al Cowling's car, and apparently O.J. Simpson is in the passenger seat. It is heading north toward Los Angeles, through Orange County, on what normally is a very, very heavily traveled I-5. It is now 7 o'clock in Los Angeles. This would be near bumper to bumper normally. Apparently, with people listening to radios, they're all getting off that highway or cleared over to the right. You can see cars slowing down above it. There are no lights on these freeways, so they're all 91. Paying attention to their radios. And he's just crossed under 91. We had no idea what that was. We'll continue to follow this, and the World News will say special. Now we're back onto it.
I will.
As they continue to, apparently he has gone on to I-91. Have they reported that, or is he still on 5? Now, he must be on I-91 because there's a lot of traffic there now. Police cars are in the left lane. He's in the lane right next to the left lane, and you see other traffic in the 2 right-hand lanes, and they're slowing down and moving over. Police reports, again, we're telling you this is a police report from one of the police cars that O.J. is in the passenger seat with a gun. The driver is apparently, although we don't know, Al Cowling, former teammate, one of his oldest friends.
I wonder if any of that's confirmed.
All of this is, again, reports we're getting from Los Angeles. You're watching CNN and our coverage of this ongoing, incredible story, of which we have no reference point because there has never been a story like this.
Yeah, Pat, here we go. We'll pull out, and right now we are on the 91 freeway now. They have not blocked off this freeway.
Okay,
We'll just give you a quick little
if you're
shot
just
here.
joining us, this is Larry King Live. We're staying over with you, and we're getting KCAL's report. That's our affiliate in Los Angeles. This is...
except for the ones that are following the white Bronco.
Those are those cars following what is presumed to be the car containing O.J. Simpson, now a fugitive from justice. The car is traveling at normal speed. The police reports that O.J. Simpson is in the passenger seat and apparently has a gun. And Al Cowling is the driver, apparently. And let's listen to more of KCAL. Sound you hear
David,
is
of
the
course,
sound
from
of the
our point of view, of course, we can't see as to who's in there at all right now. But again, just kind of going to take the time and patience of the officers down below just to kind of follow the vehicle and decide what they want to do. But as we always have seen in pursuits, and again, this is nothing but a pursuit at this point in time, although it's a very high profile at this time, they will just kind of hang back and let the pursuit progress and see exactly what happens. But again, trying to make it as safe as possible and not try to intimidate the driver, whoever that might be at this point.
The hope, of course, is that they are heading, with everyone's fingers crossed, to police headquarters.
Well, Pat, from our point of view, of course, you know, we're too high, and we tried getting lower earlier, and we could not get our lens tight enough to find out and make sure that this was the exact license plate. But we have heard that the police have confirmed this is the suspect vehicle, which you have the number in front of you, 3 DHY 503. It is a California plate, and that seems to be the vehicle that all the highway patrol are following. And of course, you can see they're lined up abreast and following the vehicle at a very slow pace, just trying to keep it as safe as possible.
The city of Los Angeles has been racked these past couple of years, and this is just part of this continuing saga. As all
David,
the
at
cars
the
are pulling
altitude
off
that we're
that
at,
freeway.
we're at 1,200 feet right now, as per request by the law enforcement. It's very difficult for us to tell. I don't know how much tighter Jeff can get with the lens that we have here, but and he says that's as tight as we can go right now. So from our vantage point, we cannot tell exactly how many are in the vehicle at all.
Again, all this is presumption now. It's apparent that the police believe it.
Well,
and that is Cowling's car, and that Simpson is in the driver's seat. We've received a report of a gun in the car. The car is heading north, which would be toward Los Angeles. We picked it up in Orange County. The vehicle is registered to Al Cowling, a former teammate, close friend of O.J. Simpson's, who has been a fugitive from justice now almost 12 hours. The car is not exceeding the speed limit, and the police are not forcing it and are not pulling it over. You see them all trailing it. That's the California Highway Patrol are trailing it, but not pulling it over.
Show the people on the bridges, Jeff.
Obviously, everyone else has pulled off the lane. As you look far ahead, no cars are there. Now it's going to go under another freeway, and you see police cars atop that freeway. Now, the police do have speakers in those vehicles. They can speak, as if you've ever been pulled over sometimes, you'll hear the police officer say, come out of your car. If you were speeding or something, they can't speak to that car. Reuters is reporting that the police tracked O.J. Simpson through his cellular phone. Apparently, he was on the cellular phone, and they tracked him through there, and that's how they picked up this car. Now, all traffic is being cleared off this freeway either through their own venue or through instructions coming from somewhere. These people, obviously, there's no one paying any attention to anything else but this story, so they're all listening to their radio.
Look at all the cars on this next bridge, man.
That's a helicopter reporting, talking to KCAL, saying, look at all those cars on that bridge looking down. This is living drama. There's nothing else you can say, but we're going to stay with it. Of course. Conceivably, as a cellular phone, he could be on that phone right now, talking to his attorney, talking to somebody. We've already heard the letter that he read to the public, private letters written to his mother and his children. No report on anything other than police keeping a clear distance behind. There's no rule book on this because...
Right here, Pat.
This hasn't happened.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, and the traffic up above is still... in fact, I'm trying to look down through my lower window. It appears that CHP has stopped traffic on the on-ramps coming onto the 91 westbound, just to let the officers proceed at a nice pace coming through here. Again, they don't want anything to happen to this suspect vehicle. They want to try to keep it as safe as possible. But there's definitely a crowd growing on every overpass that we see, vehicles and people that want to get a glimpse and see if this is, in fact, O.J. coming down the freeway.
Apparently, the reports we get, they're about 40 minutes from downtown Los Angeles.
You know, this thing has been going on now since Monday, and especially with the craziness of today's events, everybody wants to know what's going on. I'm sure many can't believe that this has happened, especially that he has run from the scene and didn't come to be arraigned, and everybody's just so confused about what's going on. So now maybe this will all come to light once they do get the suspect vehicle stopped and be able to figure out exactly what's going on and why these events have occurred in the order that they have all day long.
Their fear would be, of course, if they pull up close, and obviously Mr. Simpson has been under sedation. He is a fugitive. They're reporting seeing a gun. If they pull too, there's another vehicle just pulling off to the side, and more cars as the car continues to pass regular cars on the freeway. The fear is that if you pull up too close and you have someone who is in this kind of raw emotional condition, he could shoot himself. There's someone else driving the car. There could be someone else in the back of the car. We don't know that. The helicopter can't go closer than it is now. It's going to pass through another overpass. You see cars in the other lane heading south. Look at all those cars stopped on freeways above it, overpasses.
And
everyone knows the story. All these people are tuned to radios.
Pat, you know, whether they're hearing it on the radio, catching it on the TV, and then just making a quick exit out of their houses to get to these locations just to see if they can get a glimpse.
California Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN that it is definitely Al Cowling's vehicle. And they are almost certain that O.J. is in the passenger seat.
Pat, we're just now crossing the 605
California
at the
Highway
91.
Patrol is also telling
so
CNN,
we're starting to
and
get
I'm
up
repeating
into
this to you as I hear
Long
it in
Beach
my
area, or
earphones.
actually northeast Long Beach.
That again, O.J. appears to be holding a gun to his head.
Well, David, the 405 is not too much farther down than 91.
Apparently in his cellular phone that he wants to go to his mother's house.
Will be the Long Beach or the
that he
710
wants to
freeway.
go to his
then after
mother's
that
house
would
is
be the
apparently
110 freeway.
We're getting.
And then after that, you'd hit the 405. So, I mean, at this point, we really have no idea which or where the final destination may be for purported O.J. Simpson inside this white Bronco.
You are listening to KCL's coverage. There's an anchor in the studio and a man in the helicopter, a reporter. That has been identified as Al Cowling's car, O.J. Simpson in the passenger seat, apparently with a gun, with a report coming. Apparently they're picking this up through some sort of phone that he wants to go to his mother's house. Of course, we're here in Washington, so we don't know where his mother's house is. The California Highway Patrol is telling CNN that O.J. Simpson, through his cellular phone, is reportedly wanting to go to his mother's house, and if that's true, the police are letting him, because they are not pulling up alongside this car. As you see, all the California Highway Patrol cars trailing it. The cars on the other side heading south are stopping to look over. All of these people listening to their radios, other cars driving off the highway, and as they pass overpasses, people are stopped to look down.
David, right now, it's passing one vehicle on the right. There's some cars on the freeway. Maybe everybody doesn't know what's going on yet at this point. Absolutely. But up ahead, and I'm just going to kind of let Jeff take the camera and pan around, then we'll come back to the suspect vehicle. But now you can get an idea. Right. I've just kind of had to put the helicopter in a crab here. Okay. Now you can kind of see of what's going on. Now you've got traffic in the southbound or the eastbound lanes is fairly heavy, but in the westbound lanes, which are the direction that this vehicle is moving, are all it's fairly light. People have pulled off to the side. So at this point, you know, again, it is a pursuit, and that's, I'm sure, the way that the CHP is dealing with this situation. The main thing, again, is we'll say, and I'm sure I'll say it a couple more times before we're finished here, is that they want to try to keep it as peaceful and safe as possible, and without any intimidation, or as little as intimidation as possible with the vehicle. Very close to that, Pat. You know, just traveling along the roads, I'm not exactly sure which ones we're coming up. It appears right now we're coming up on Lakewood Boulevard at the 91.
They're on I-91 now, by the way. That's heading west, and then they'll cut into 101 and the 405 freeway.
Artesia.
The 405 is the one, the Artesia freeway, and then the 405 is the one that goes by LAX. That would head them toward the city as well. All those cars are stopping to get a view.
That's
they know
correct,
what's going
David.
on by listening to their radios.
We're just going to have to wait and see at this point and see exactly
what is going to go on and take place. As KCAL is reporting, there's nothing you can really do here but keep this helicopter right on top of the scene.
Unusual way to end this situation.
Stay with it. They have identified this is Al Cowling's car, O.J. Simpson in the passenger seat. We have not received an affirmative that Cowlings is driving it, although that's a fairly good assumption. He's not at his house, and he is one of O.J.'s oldest friends and a former teammate. As the traffic proceeds, what you see there is normal traffic, that pickup truck and the car, but very little traffic as all these cars attuned to their radios are pulling off. The cars on the top of the screen heading east on that freeway are just slowing down to look and get a glimpse of one of the icons of American sports history, O.J. Simpson, on this tragic June day. In a city besieged with stories, when you think what can top one with another, another occurs. Again,
45 minutes at the most.
I don't know.
I'm trying to keep it as slow as possible and as low as possible in torque.
The car, of course, is not going very fast.
Please keep it on.
The police are just trailing it. There are a bunch of police cars
Kyle,
trailing it.
I might have about 45 minutes at the absolute most left, so we're just going to keep going as long as it can.
I know. I know. This is Larry King as we stay atop this scene. Jim Hill, famed sportscaster in Los Angeles, an old friend, a former athlete, old friend of O.J. Simpson, is going on radio in Los Angeles.
Still going westbound 91, just approaching
O.J.
the
Simpson
710 freeway.
to turn himself in.
According to the lanes,
Jim Hill is going on radio in Los Angeles, appealing to O.J. Simpson to please turn himself in. He is on 91 West.
At the 91 westbound, very slow, David. Right now, I'm indicating 55 miles an hour airspeed. It could be a little bit slower down on the ground.
There's the traffic. That traffic is going east on 91. 91, if it stays, goes right out toward the water. And those are all those vehicles, the police vehicles, following this car. We have Jim Hill, an old friend of O.J.'s, former athlete and sportscaster, on the radio, hoping that O.J. is listening to the radio and begging him to turn himself in. Okay. O.J.'s mother lives in San Francisco, where he grew up. There is a belief, though, that she flew to L.A. today.
We are acting.
Let's listen to this officer.
Assistance capacity at this time.
What about the report that officers, whether they be Orange County Sheriff's deputies involved or your officers from the CHP, have seen O.J. Simpson with a gun to his head in that vehicle?
Yes, I don't have any specific reports on that, on the information that I have. So I can't comment on that.
But if there is perhaps a weapon or fear that there might be a weapon inside, safety has to come into play here when you're considering trying to stop a vehicle, correct?
Yes, we have, the CHP has policies for high risk and or felony stops, and the officers, if they are involved in that, will act according to policy, and they're well trained, and we go over these scenarios all the time in training. So the officers are well aware of the procedure to use in felony stops or high-risk situations.
At what speed are they going now, Officer Ferry? Any idea?
I don't have that information right now. Apparently, it's not a high-speed pursuit. The location is, it looks like it's westbound SR 91 at perhaps Atlantic, I believe.
Okay, we're just told now, Officer, that it's west of the 605, westbound on the 91 freeway.
I see. Okay.
This is really a case, as it has been in so many of these pursuits on Southern California freeways, perhaps waiting for the driver to run out of gas, or for, in this case, if what we've heard about O.J. Simpson with the gun, perhaps to just change his mind and pull over and end it all. I don't mean end it all in terms of O.J. Simpson. I mean end this pursuit. You're just going to wait them out, in other words.
Yes, like I say, our policy is generally to follow the pursuit, and hoping that in this case that the suspect vehicle will run out of gas and stop. Fortunately, it's not a high-speed pursuit. They're going at a relatively moderate speed, which is better than a high-speed pursuit, obviously. And if it were turned into a high-speed pursuit, CHP officers at the time would choose to either abandon the pursuit or remain in the pursuit, depending on factors that would involve safety or potential hazardous situations.
Christine, I've just noticed an extraordinary thing, and that is that there are cars. Look at those people right there waving as this Bronco goes by. They're waving at O.J. Simpson. Everybody in Southern California who has a radio or a television is certainly aware of what's going on right now. And this is a Bronco. We believe O.J. Simpson is in it, along with his longtime friend, Al Cowlings, a former teammate at SC. They are westbound on the 91, and people who, of course, have been pulled over by the CHP to give this vehicle clear passage on the freeway are standing there and waving.
We are watching KTTV's coverage, that's Fox 11 in Los Angeles, of this ongoing drama of Al Cowlings' car with O.J. Simpson in it, driving west on the 91 freeway. That would put them right around, if you know L.A., Bellflower Boulevard now. This is called the Artesia Freeway, and they're heading toward Compton. Jim Hill, O.J.'s friend and sportscaster, has been on the radio. The last thing Jim said was, O.J., you were a man, you are a man, be a man, turn yourself in. Those are overpasses with crowds. Prove to the world you're still a man, turn yourself in. We have pretty much verified that O.J. is in the passenger seat in that car. We have received a report that his mother flew in from San Francisco to Los Angeles this morning, but we don't know where she is in Los Angeles.
It would seem almost funny that perhaps Simpson was...
This is definitely the Al Cowling vehicle, and O.J. is in the car. The California Highway Patrol's Pete Gustafson tells CNN that O.J. appears to be holding a gun to his head. Those CHP are trailing that car. The car is not exceeding the speed limit.
If you have just joined us now, just to recap very briefly, as we watch this Ford Bronco continue westbound.
Earlier today, Robert Shapiro had arranged for O.J. to turn himself in. Doctors were in attendance. They were all going to go together in a car because they were worried about suicide. When they went downstairs from a conference room in O.J.'s house, he was gone. Shapiro did not hear again from him. We then had a press conference later in which Shapiro announced that O.J. had written seal letters to his mother, to his children, had codified the will. That means might have changed and added to and had the will certified, and then wrote a letter to the public in which O.J. said such things as, "I have nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her. Recently, we've come to our understanding. For now, we're not right for each other. It was tough splitting." But then it goes on in a rambling account saying goodbye to people and saying he was pretty much at the end. It certainly reads like a suicide note.
11:45 was the next time he was supposed to do it. He didn't do it. And then the all points bulletin went out. O.J. Simpson has been missing now for about 7.5 hours as this relatively low-speed pursuit goes on. You heard the CHP officer.
Vince Evans, quarterback with the L.A. Raiders, the ageless Vince Evans, is now crying. He is on the radio pleading with his friend O.J. to please give himself up. Vince Evans, the well-traveled quarterback in the National Football League, is now on the radio begging O.J. to give himself up as the car with O.J. in it passes some other passenger cars on California Interstate 91. That's the Artesia Freeway. That will, coming toward the 710 freeway, is where the next big freeway they'd connect with. If they stay on 91, they're heading toward the ocean going that way on a direct line toward Manhattan Beach. They are south of L.A. and south of downtown. This car is heading due west.
Television broadcasting. It's hard to believe that something like this could happen where he is now running for his life here. He is a fugitive on the run. Authorities following him they believe he is in this vehicle right now on the West 91 near the 110 freeway. And it's interesting to note the time. This started apparently around 6:45, a little bit after the main part of rush hour. Authorities, though, are attempting to clear the freeway, although you can see a car right there going up right next to the Bronco. Not an easy job clearing the freeway. O.J. Simpson formally charged today with 2 counts of murder. He was supposed to surrender at 11 o'clock today. Basically, his attorney turned his back, and O.J. managed to get away.
Get away, apparently, with his good friend, Al Cowling. Now, we have a little bit of an update. This is off the Associated Press wire, or excuse me, the Reuters wire. According to someone who is monitoring police scanners, the man in the car says he would not give himself up. He's in the back of the vehicle. He has a gun to his head, and he says he will hurt himself. He is demanding to be taken to his mother. Now, that apparently is information off a police scanner, according to the Reuters news wire. We continue to watch from Sky 11 this 1993 Ford Bronco. We do know that this is the vehicle that belongs to Al Cowling, former pro football player himself, a longtime friend of O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson, when he was preparing to surrender this morning to be picked up by LAPD and taken to Parker Center, wrote 3 notes, one to his mother, one to his family, and one that his attorney and a friend of his, a friend read this afternoon at the attorney's office in Century City. And to listen to that note, it sounded very much like a farewell goodbye from O.J. Simpson. Said that he basically thought he had done what was right all his life and wanted to be remembered for that. He asked the media to leave his kids alone and for all of us to remember him for what he had been.
He also proclaimed his innocence in that note. He said, quote, "First, everyone understand I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder." Went on to say, "If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Don't feel sorry for me. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I help yours. Peace and love, O.J." His attorney had said that he'd been extremely depressed. He was under the care of doctors. One friend is quoted as saying he had never seen O.J. Simpson so low.
The vehicle, we believe, with Al Cowlings and O.J. Simpson in it, and it looks like the emergency flashers are going on that Bronco. That's the first time we've had sort of this view of the vehicle. And it is going westbound again. It appears the way the sun is hitting the front of the vehicle, although it's a little bit difficult to tell because they have made a transition from one freeway to another. And there you see just a huge number of police cars, CHP, Orange County Sheriff, LAPD, presumably Los Angeles County Police Department as well as LA County Sheriff's cars, all a respectful distance behind, just waiting, hopefully, for this to play itself out peacefully without any further loss of life or any more damage and destruction. On the phone now, we have psychiatrist Dr. Tom Linden. And Dr. Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Chris.
At this point, we have reports that O.J. Simpson is in this vehicle. One report says he has a gun pointed to his head, says he will not be taken alive, and wants to be taken to see his mother. At this point, what would you deduce psychiatrically from those comments?
Well, I can't obviously get inside O.J. Simpson's mind right now, but judging from other experiences with suicidal people, number one, he has to be taken very, very seriously. Number two, quite often people who are suicidal at that time are also potentially homicidal. And that's something that the police are very well aware of, and anyone who would be negotiating with O.J. Simpson would have to be aware of that as well. So he's not only a risk to himself at this moment, he is a risk to other people as well.
We have heard, you know, in movies and on television and so on for years that when a potentially suicidal person calls someone, either on the phone or says it face-to-face, that he or she is considering suicide, that in by itself is a call for help. Would you consider these 911 calls talking about what O.J. is thinking of doing to be a call for help as opposed to a serious suicidal person?
Well, I don't see the difference. Somebody who's seriously suicidal often is calling for help at the same time. It's clear to me that he's desperate for help right now, but a person in a suicidal situation is in a very, between a rock and a hard place. One part of himself may be wanting to kill himself, the other part very much may want to live. And so it's the job of negotiators. I'm sure there's probably a police psychiatrist who may be patched through to him. It's their job to try to appeal to that part of O.J. that wants to live, to surrender himself as peacefully as possible.
Obviously, the thinking then is not rational whatsoever. He is apparently with one of his best friends, but still, in the state of mind that we can guess that he might be in, he can't be thinking too rationally. Is that correct?
Well, people who are acutely suicidal do not act rationally. So the point in the idea in dealing with acutely suicidal people is to get them in safe hands so that they don't do anything that obviously could not be undone. If you make an attempt on your life, you're not in a clear, sane mind at the time, and certainly.
If I'm reading it right, this is Larry King at CNN in Washington. We're picking up reports from KCAL and other affiliates in Los Angeles. My guess is they're on 710 North now. They veered off 91 onto 710 North, if I am correct. Look, I'm looking at a map here of Los Angeles, and I'm guessing they're somewhere around Paramount heading toward what would be Downey. They have the flashers on. That's been identified as Al Cowlings' car. And O.J. Simpson, now we had said passenger side, apparently is in the back of that car. It's a 1993 Ford Bronco, very popular automobile. Okay, now we understand we have a psychiatrist with us at our studios in Atlanta, Dr. Alfred Nesser. Are you there, Dr. Nesser?
I'm here.
Okay.
Nesser, M-E-S-S-E-R.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Based on what that psychiatrist just told the Fox station, would you agree with him?
Oh, yes, I think Tom Linden has it just right. What he's describing, I think, is what we call a dissociated state, where people act in one way, or a part of them acts in one way, and they behave in another and think in another. The end result of that, or the end station of that, is multiple personality disorder. And here we have a more acute phase of that, a dissociated state.
What part, Doctor, does the fellow driving the car, his old friend, play in this now?
Well, he's I think in many ways the key, and I think his friend Vince is the key. What O.J. has to know is that he's not being abandoned. He's not all alone. He's very angry at all that's happened to him, but he has to know that he's not being abandoned. In my book, I think a lot of this began with the difficulty with his ex-wife and her feeling that the two of them could not make it together. Larry, do you remember the situation in Annapolis before the Army-Navy game when the two Navy officers who were engaged split up because the woman wanted no longer to maintain the engagement?
That's right. One went and
she said to him, it's ended, and he went off in a huff. She called a good friend, another naval officer, to come over and sit with her and comfort her. And then the first man came back and suddenly saw these two together, and he shot the two of them, and then he
Dr.
shot
Messer,
himself.
I'm going to cut into you, and let's go back to KTTV for more reports right from the
I used
scene.
to watch O.J. play football at USC when he was in college. I've got long memories about O.J., as do a lot of people, and I think a lot of people want to see this end peacefully, but I think they should keep in mind that joining in the spectacle at this point will not help.
We should add at this point, Dr. Tom Linden, that the car is now northbound on the 405, coming north from the 91, so headed back up toward the Santa Monica area, actually a long way from Santa Monica, but in that part of the world, coming north on the 405 freeway, on the San Diego freeway. And I'm struck, Dr. Linden, in regard to what you just said about having watched O.J. Simpson play for SC and for the Buffalo Bills and so on, and certainly all the myriad of commercials. Something that Gil Garcetti said today at his news conference, the district attorney, who said, we have seen the falling of an American hero. And I, Gil Garcetti, have shared that same view. And that's a view that we, particularly if you are an SC fan, of course, but I think just a sports fan and an American fan, here's a man whose last name never needs to be mentioned. It's always O.J., and everyone knows who you're talking about.
Well, you know, in such a chaotic and sometimes crazy world, everybody needs heroes, and there are, I'm sure, millions of Americans have looked to O.J. as a hero, and when a hero is in trouble, it's very, very hard to accept, and I think that's probably the feeling of a lot of people. It's certainly my feeling.
Dr. Linden, let us give our viewers some more information. We understand the vehicle is traveling northbound on the 405 near the LAX area, south of LAX. Traveling northbound, interesting to note, that would be toward the Brentwood area. That is where O.J. Simpson lives. That is near the location where the murders took place. Again, the vehicle has moved now from the 91 freeway to the 405. Before that, it was on the I-5 freeway. So they've covered quite a bit of distance here.
Christine, in that last close-up we had, it appeared that, although we had the one report that O.J. Simpson was in the back seat of that Ford Bronco, it looked as if in the last close-up we had of the passenger side that there was a person in the front passenger seat. Obviously somebody's driving it, but a person in the right front seat as well.
Right, you can see perhaps it looks like maybe a shoulder there or the seat there in that close-up shot of the Bronco. We should point out there are a convoy of officers that have been following this vehicle since it hit the freeways at about 6:45. That's when they spotted the vehicle. Among the people traveling in these vehicles is a top law enforcement hostage negotiator, part of the convoy trailing this Bronco. There are reports the authorities were trying to phone the Bronco, but they were getting no response. We do know there is a car phone in that vehicle because some calls had been made, and that is one way authorities were able to locate the vehicle, and they have confirmed this is the vehicle belonging to O.J. Simpson's former teammate, Al Collings.
And indeed, the cellular phone call at about 6:30 was what did trigger it. Because of technology, they knew that, number one, they knew that this was a vehicle that O.J. Simpson possibly was in, because it does belong to Al Collings, and he and Al Collings disappeared from another Simpson friend's home in the San Fernando Valley this morning. The attorney and a psychiatrist that had been dealing with O.J. Simpson since Monday and some police officers were in one part of this friend's home. and they went to tell O.J. that the police were here to put him in handcuffs and take him to Parker Center, and they discovered that O.J. Simpson and Al Cowlings were gone. And that was now about 8 hours ago. As we continue to watch this Ford Bronco going north on the 405, and it was a phone call because they knew the cellular phone that went with that vehicle, a phone call at about 6:30 that triggered the search. It began in Orange County, a phone call made on the cellular phone from Al Cowlings' Bronco. Since then, there's been at least one call to 911 in which the person on the phone said that O.J. Simpson had a gun to his head and wanted to be taken to see his mother. Now, it's quite possible, since the car is going north on the 405, headed toward the LAX area, north of that, of course, is Brentwood, that perhaps O.J. Simpson's mother is...
It ain't gonna happen.
We're back at CNN in Washington. We hear somebody yelling, "It ain't gonna happen." I don't know whose voice that is. Obviously, the helicopter's veered off a little now and is trying to catch back up to O.J. Simpson, heading past LAX on the 405 freeway north. His former famed coach, John McKay, one of the legendary coaches, has gotten on public radio to tell O.J. that he loves him, to beg him to please give himself up. Again, you see traffic in the south lane, stopping and looking, police cars trailing, other traffic stopping off to the right, getting toward 8 o'clock in Los Angeles, about 25 minutes away from 8 o'clock. If they stayed right where they're going now, they're going to go right toward the Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Brentwood areas, where O.J. lives and where the two people killed also lived. There's the Ford Bronco. O.J. reported in the back. There apparently appears to be something in the front as well. There's something appears sticking out of the right-hand side of that car. And again, they're losing the picture a little, is KTLA. Other reports we're getting is that O.J. appears to be a little incoherent, and they've picked him up a little on the phone, and the voice sounds slurred. There you see LAX. In fact, you see a plane landing at LAX. And I don't know what that is. That must be, that's part of the chopper. As the LA airport, one of the busiest in the world. 405 freeway is the freeway closest to the airport, runs north and south, called the San Diego Freeway. And the helicopter, obviously the reason the helicopter has gotten out of pattern here is there are commercial flights coming in and out of that airport. And you can't apparently, because if you're landing in LA, as those people do, they always land from the east. They will go right over the 405, so they've obviously steered this helicopter to be out of position of not hitting a passenger plane. There you see the tip of the helicopter outside the cameras. Again, the car continues to travel, trailed by California Highway Patrol. We understand that Dr. Michael Baden can hear us. How are you, Michael?
Hi, Larry. Sorry to be talking to you at this time.
Yeah, Michael is an old friend. He's the famed forensic pathologist for New York City for many, many years, one of the foremost people in his field. I know you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, Michael, but you were with O.J. today. Can you tell us what happened this morning?
Yeah, I and Dr. Henry Lee, who's a criminalist type expert, and a psychiatrist, Saul Fairstein, and another doctor, an internist, were in the process of examining O.J. and had just finished examining O.J. and waiting for the police to arrive when he disappeared. And
what had he said to you, Michael?
Scientific studies.
What had he said to you?
Well, he was very cooperative. He was very. He indicated that he was very upset that he caused us upset by having to come there. He was depressed. He was obviously depressed. We were concerned, and arrangements had been made that he should be observed by a psychiatrist when he got into the correction department and when he was put into the prison cell.
Michael, you were called out to as an expert on the cause of death and type of death and how the deaths would have occurred, right?
Yeah, I'm involved with Dr. Lee in trying to evaluate the scientific evidence, the autopsy findings, what type of weapon was used, what kind of trace evidence, hairs, fibers, blood stains.
For the defense, right?
Well, he hadn't been arrested yet. In order to make sure that nothing was overlooked, because O.J. Simpson wanted to find out who really killed his wife. And whatever that is, his lawyer, he hadn't been arrested yet, had wanted to make sure that nothing was overlooked. And we were there to collect evidence, to go over
So
what had been done.
as he says in his own letter, and as he said to you, he never admitted killing, right?
Well, certainly not to me. He seemed to be bewildered, Larry, as to why people were so felt he had killed his family when he was bereaved and very upset at what had happened.
Do you think,
and he couldn't
Michael,
quite understand why suspicion was pointing to him.
the L.A. police would have allowed you to cooperate with them?
Well, Bob Shapiro was in the process of doing that, yes. Both Henry and I have worked with the L.A. police in the past, and with Gil Garcetti in the district attorney's office. And what we were doing, he hadn't been charged with anything. Once he was charged, then we can get more information.
They wouldn't have exhumed the bodies, though, right? You would have looked at their reports.
First, we looked at their reports, because the families have an absolute right to object to an exhumation, and we wouldn't want to put them through that process unless it was absolutely necessary.
All right, Michael, based on your understanding of all these things and talking with the other psychologists and psychiatrists, could we, in fact, have O.J. being totally in an unreal world here and not accepting the fact that he may have done what he did?
Sure. He was so depressed and he's so upset that we were concerned that he could hurt himself. And right now, this is a horrible thing we're watching, which the chances of this winding up, badly are great.
Why?
Because he was distraught when he left. He's not leaving to escape to Mexico or escape to any place. Our concern when he was not found wasn't that he was trying to escape, was that he was going to harm himself. And then after that, that letter was found, which supports the view that he is portended very suicidal.
In that little box, we see O.J. Simpson's home in Brentwood. That car is heading toward Brentwood. Where are you, Michael?
I'm right now in Beverly Hills at a hotel.
Are you watching this with me?
Pardon me?
Are you watching this with me?
Yes, I am watching with you. I just came back about 20 minutes ago from the San Fernando Valley home where O.J. had been for the past 2 days.
What do you imagine the driver's doing here? I mean, what?
Well, AC, I'm not sure what I felt confident that when I saw his depression that Al Cowley, who was with him, was able to make sure enough that he didn't hurt himself.
Let me cut in a second, Michael. Let's go to KTLA and their coverage from the sky.
Desires of O.J. to return to Brentwood have been well publicized, so I guess there is contact between the units in pursuit and the Ford Bronco itself. It does appear that way, and especially they seem to have cleared the freeway pretty much like they do when you see a presidential motorcade. You'll notice that everyone is off to the sides and the freeway is wide open. Does it appear that way to you from your viewpoint, Craig?
Oh, most definitely. As you can see, just crossed over a section of lots of pedestrians on the freeway. The on-ramp at around Venice is just jam-packed with people, spectators looking out of their vehicles, looking on at the procession here, northbound 405.
Okay, Craig, Stan and I were just speculating about what the Highway Patrol and LAPD will do when they arrive at the Sunset Boulevard off-ramp. Now, it's possible that that car may turn off at another point, and the access to his estate could be reached, of course, from Wilshire, or there is another turnoff, as I recall, near Waterford, which would then let him go under the freeway to Church Lane and then up to Sunset Boulevard. So I think that what we want to see, if you could accommodate us and our viewers, would be that when he gets to Sunset Boulevard, to see what happens next if the car gets that far.
Yes, it'll be quite interesting to see what is going to develop here in the next 5 minutes or so. Currently approaching the 405-10 interchange northbound.
So you're right near the Santa Monica Freeway, and it looks as though the car is proceeding at, what would you estimate, 40, 45 miles an hour?
Yeah, approximately that speed is between 35 and 45 miles an hour, I would estimate.
Uh-huh. Okay, then from the I-10 interchange up to Sunset Boulevard is only going to be maybe 3 or 4 minutes more.
Oh, most definitely. We're just coming up on the interchange at this time into the West LA area, and if indeed someone is in communication with the vehicle, and that is a distinct possibility of getting off at Sunset en route to the Brentwood location, and possibly that could be a termination point.
It does look like he's going past the 10 turnoff, doesn't it?
Yes, currently at the interchange at this time, and he's continuing northbound on the 405.
Okay, now, if I'm just making a guess here, he's either going to turn off at Waterford or at Sunset Boulevard. It's possible to go to the next turnoff and then double back to get to Sunset. But
yeah, he's right in front of me.
Craig, do you see any blockades on those off-ramps up ahead?
Unfortunately, I don't see anything like that. It looks pretty smooth sailing up to the 405. I don't believe there is any roadblocks up ahead.
Okay, I didn't mean across the freeway. I meant on the off-ramps. Of course, that may be a little bit out of your sight. It'll probably come into your view within the next 60 seconds or so.
Yes, the off-ramps are quite blocked. It appears that a good number of people are pulled on the right shoulder and are out of their vehicles watching this procession proceed up the 405 freeway here. It's in this area, it's becoming more prevalent that people are stopped alongside the road and are watching this as it passes them by.
What off-ramp are you coming up on now? You should be approaching pretty close to Wilshire Boulevard, aren't you?
Coming up on Santa Monica Boulevard at this time.
Right.
And that off-ramp is not blocked.
Mm-hmm.
And the vehicle is still in the far left lane,
All right, so
continuing northbound.
Let's mention to our viewers that there are only 3 off-ramps now remaining if he's going to go to that Brentwood estate. There's the one coming up on Wilshire, which you're probably approaching now.
That's affirmative, Hal.
Okay, and then right after that, probably another 30 to 40 seconds, you'll be at Waterford. We'll see if he turns off on Waterford, but he's in the left lane.
Yes, left lane, currently left lane. You can see other traffic there with the vehicle. The left lane and the other traffic are pulling off to the right shoulder at this time, ahead of the vehicle.
Okay, now it's crucial to see if he starts moving over to the right lane.
It doesn't appear that will be the case due to the number of vehicles blocking those right lanes.
Craig, Eric Spillman is right there at the intersection of Sunset and the 405. Eric, can you read us? Go ahead and tell us what you see.
Well, first of all, we're just coming up. We're going north on the 405. We're coming to Sunset Boulevard right now. And I can tell you that I have seen CHP officers stopping people from getting onto the 405. The southbound 405, as you know, is a parking lot with everybody stopped and out of the cars looking, waiting for this chase to come. But the Sunset Boulevard off-ramp is open, and it appears that they think that he might get off here. The whole way going north along the 405, it is an amazing sight. Along the right-hand shoulder, people have pulled over, many of them carrying signs such as signs reading things like "Save the Juice," "Go OJ." People are literally cheering him on as he travels northbound on the 405, and we can only assume that he plans to get off at Sunset and go towards perhaps his home.
All right, now, Eric, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, we have been speculating that he would get off on Sunset. He must be approaching you right now. He is still in the far left lane. We'll let you know if he starts moving over into the right lane. Now, remember, there's an exit on that freeway right past Sunset Boulevard. I believe it's Moraga Drive.
There is. When you come to the Sunset Boulevard overpass over the 405, it is crowded with people who are outside on the bridge.
He's moving over now, Eric. He's moving over to the right, which means he may take that Sunset Boulevard off-ramp. He's now moving over to the right lane.
Go, follow.
Craig, are we approaching Sunset Boulevard now?
Yes, we are, Hal.
Okay, we're approaching Sunset Boulevard.
From the Sunset off-ramp.
There's a crowd of people who are on the bridge here watching
right lane again.
as he approaches the Sunset Boulevard.
All right, Eric.
Looks like there's a...
Eric, it appears now as though he is getting, as I recall, there are 2 lanes on the Sunset Boulevard off-ramp. He is in one of them, and that's the lane he would be using. Looks like he's getting off there.
Okay, Hal, it looks like he is getting off at the off-ramp at Sunset.
Right. Okay.
Getting off, he's on the off-ramp now, coming up the off-ramp at Sunset. Lots of people at the overpass at Sunset, and possibly here will be a westbound turn en route to Brentwood.
That's right.
Looks like he's in the left lane now.
Yeah.
Making a left turn. The intersection's free, and he's clear, and now making his left turn westbound on Sunset.
All right. He must have gone right by you, Eric.
Well, he has, and we're staying ahead of it. We're going to his mansion, believing that he's going there, but it was an amazing situation on that overpass there. There were people running around on top of there. I don't know how he's going to be able to drive through all those people. All along Sunset Boulevard, there are people stopped as well ahead of the chase. We can only assume he's going to his home on Rockingham in Brentwood.
Okay, Eric, that's exactly what had happened. He did take that Sunset Boulevard off-ramp, as we had speculated, and now he is proceeding west on Sunset Boulevard. He just went past Woodburn and will be approaching Barrington Avenue.
And there's a red light at Barrington. There are lights on this. I don't know what he's going to do, how he's going to respond to traffic lights. He hasn't had to cope with that, but there's quite a lot of traffic lights. We're hearing the sirens behind us now. He is right behind us. We're hearing the sirens. The police have their sirens on. Both sides of the street have pedestrians.
All right,
They've just passed us at Barrington.
He just went past Barrington.
Just passed us at Barrington, followed by the sheriffs. They're Orange County Sheriff, Santa Ana police officers who are in pursuit.
Okay, Eric, it's only now probably 3 minutes at the most, I would say, to his home in Brentwood.
That's right. His home west of the 405 on a street called Rockingham.
Right.
He will have to make a right turn onto Rockingham, and that is where his mansion is. It looks like at least 10, well, maybe not 10, but 7 or 8 Santa Ana police, Orange County sheriffs, and highway patrol officers following him, as well as regular private citizens on motorcycles who are following this chase now. And we're right behind them.
I know, how far behind the Bronco are you, Eric?
I'd say we're less than a mile behind.
Okay.
What's going to happen is that street, Rockingham, is a very, very narrow street. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to work when he tries to make that right turn onto Rockingham and go up towards his mansion. The mansion itself is about a mile or so up Rockingham on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's right, Eric. And also, once again, if we can continue to speculate, it will be interesting to see if he is allowed to go into the mansion itself or whether he will be stopped short of it.
That's a good question.
Remember, there are people there in that mansion, and I don't think law enforcement wants any kind of siege to take place. Then again, it is possible he may have said on the phone, all I want to do is see my mother and children, and then I will surrender. So that is also a point for speculation, too.
It's hard to say what in the world is on his mind at this point.
That's right.
But he is getting very close to Rockingham. We're getting very close. He's going to be making that turn very soon. There he goes. Okay, he has made a turn.
Yeah, he's off Sunset now.
He did not make a turn on Rockingham. He turned on a street called, hang on, Bristol Circle, I think.
Yeah,
Bristol Circle North is where he turned off of Sunset.
Yeah, he'll make a left turn now to get over to his street, which is Rockingham.
This is the back way that you can get to his mansion.
That's right.
Okay, we're following not only black and whites with their sirens on and their lights flashing, but again, there's about 10 private citizens on motorcycles who have joined the pursuit as well.
And we can
very
see
close to the house now, very, very close. We're right in the neighborhood. We are right on the block where his house is.
Okay, and he is pulling in to the driveway.
Coming around.
Someone is going to the door right now, Eric.
Okay, we're pulling up. Let me tell you,
what I can see. We've just turned the corner. It's total chaos here. Motorcycles, black and whites, people running around, officers getting out of their cars with their batons, people running, they're keeping our cameras away. They won't let our cameras through.
Okay, I can understand that, but we do have an aerial view, Eric.
Okay, we're gonna show you a picture from the ground here as soon as we can, but the sheriffs are not letting us get up close enough to actually see what's going on with the naked eye. So you have the best viewpoint from the helicopter there. They're stopping us.
Is that something out of this, pointed out of the window there, Hal, on the passenger side?
Well, it did...
Or is that just the mirror?
That might be the mirror.
But he's right in the courtyard of his estate.
Yeah, and he was evidently not driving, obviously.
No.
So he would be sitting right over there, possibly on that side.
But the gates were open. He went right through. Someone came up to him and then was chased away by whoever the driver was. And two uniformed officers or uniformed men came up and pulled him away, flashing lights on both sides, and we are right here at a standoff.
Now there's a big crowd here developing as well. All the people who were chasing him have now stopped here.
Well, we will stay right on that Ford Bronco, and we will be waiting, just as everyone who is watching with us is waiting to see what happens.
There's a reflection of light on the windshield, so you really can't see into the driver's seat.
We must recognize the fact also that we're dealing here with so many variables, so many imponderables, the state of mind of O.J. himself, what he has said on the phone when talking to other people, perhaps law enforcement. It's very, very difficult to figure out just what the next move is going to be.
Craig, what do you see from up there in the your pilot's position?
Well, Stan, we've got the vehicle in the driveway with flashers on. Someone approached the vehicle initially and then believed the security guards or police officers pulled them away from the vehicle. And right now, it's just it's a waiting game, it looks like.
Where are the law enforcement officers? Can you see them around? Are they all outside?
It looked like they came out of the house, or were in the house and came out of the house and then went back into the house. At this point in time, I do not see too many law enforcement people in and around the vehicle. However, that's not to say they could be close proximity to the house and the vehicle around the grounds.
Craig, let me recommend that we stay right on your position there, because I have a feeling that the car didn't just drive in there to sit there, that something is happening right now. I would suspect there's some kind of communication, cellular communication between a cell phone and either the house or law enforcement in that area. Some kind of negotiation must be going on.
Yeah, I would assume that would be a good analysis of the situation. Here right now, it appears that to resolve this possible conflict here, that communication would take place, so everybody would know what was going on, so there would be no unexpected surprises to cause some problems.
Yeah, we don't want to just guess at what might happen, because we don't know any more than the viewers who are watching with us or than you do sitting up there. And I think the best thing we can do is just watch and wait and hope that this is resolved with a peaceful resolution.
Hal, we just got some information over our radio. The police helicopter is requesting us to gain an altitude because of the number of helicopters over the scene here is interfering with voice communications with the vehicle, and there appears to be negotiations going on from the vehicle with either obviously I would speculate a cellular phone, as you mentioned earlier.
Right. Okay, well, if you can gain altitude, we certainly want to cooperate in that respect, not endanger anybody. And as we say, we hope that this will end peaceably, but we'll see what happens here. We'll stay on that Ford and see what happens. But I do suspect that there are negotiations going on right now.
And the fact that the officers of the scene have kind of stayed the other side of the wall, there's no one rushing or standing around. It's just the white car sitting there in the courtyard.
Yeah, I think his motivation, he said, was to see his mother, who was at the estate, and perhaps the children. Now, the children may not be there. We don't know that. Maybe they're being brought there, and there may be some kind of negotiation that perhaps if he could see his mother and the children and make some statement perhaps or talk to them, that maybe then there would be a surrender to the police. Did you gain altitude? Are you up at a...
Yes, Hal, we sure did. We're about 2,100 feet above the scene. Okay. That's mean sea level, which puts us up about 1,500 feet above the ground.
You still have an excellent picture, and we can see everything going on at that point, Craig.
Yes, this excellent vantage point from this location. As you can see, as details develop here, we should be able to see quite clearly what will take place.
O.J. Simpson wrote a letter to his children and to his mother and then to his friends. And his attorney...
Yeah, that letter was read this afternoon, and what it did was to proclaim his innocence. He claimed that he was innocent innocent of the charges of murder in the first degree, 2 counts of murder in the first degree, with special circumstances. I think it's just a matter now of waiting to see. Do you see any other law enforcement activity in the area, Craig, as you look down?
Yes, as you can see on the perimeter road here, there is quite a number of vehicles that were in the pursuit with the Ford Bronco. They have all positioned themselves around the house, and I suspect that there are quite a number of officers surrounded the house at this time.
There were evidently officers inside the house also.
Yes, that's what appeared as we came up. Someone approached the vehicle initially and was pulled away from the vehicle by what it looked like some sort of officers. I could not tell their uniforms.
You know, Craig, to put it in one kind of perspective, the belief earlier was, when the letter was read at his attorney's office, at Mr. Shapiro's office, the view was that he was a fugitive from justice. Well, he is not a fugitive in one respect anymore. We know where he is, and he is, you know, there was speculation he might be out of the country, maybe hiding someplace. That is not the case anymore. That situation has now changed. O.J. Simpson is back at his home, and this is not a friend's home or any secondary home. This is his primary residence. Where he has been all day is difficult to speculate. He was out in the valley, then down in Orange County, and now he came back up the San Diego freeway and has come home again. I doubt that he will be leaving again. The police now know where he is. We have found him. The door is opening, and let's see what happens now. We'll watch with you. This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, someone just got out of the vehicle, approaching the front door, dressed in black, and entered. Looks like they entered the front of the house there. Possibly O.J. Simpson at this point in time. From this vantage point, it was difficult to see or positively identify that individual.
In the brief view that we had, whoever that individual was, whether it was O.J. or not, the person did not appear to be carrying a weapon.
No, it didn't appear that at all, and in fact, they walked rather casually to the front door. So, yes. So it'll be interesting to see what develops here.
Yeah, the reason I mention that is because the reports were that O.J. did have a gun to his head as the car was driving up the 405 freeway. So there did not seem to be a weapon for that person who walked into the house.
Right, Hal. We're going to reposition here and possibly get around to the other side of the vehicle so we can possibly see inside that open door. We're going to come around here and see if we can't get a different vantage point to possibly get some additional information.
Now, the best we can determine, there is still one other person, at least one other person in that vehicle. Is that correct?
At this point, from the information that I've gathered up to this point, it appears that someone came back, approached back to the vehicle and entered the vehicle. Let's see if we can't get around this tree here.
Maybe you can come back the other way so we can...
civilian. Okay, that is the man that got out of the car. That presumably is Al Cowlings. From this aerial shot, it looked like that man is bulkier and stockier than O.J. Simpson is. But they are pretty much, they're both big men.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the man who got out the driver's side door. We presume that to be Al Cowlings, who was driving. We're not sure at this point in that 911 call whether it was Al Cowlings who said that O.J. Simpson had a gun to his head, or whether it was O.J. Simpson himself saying that he had a gun to his head. One can assume, I think, rather safely that Al Cowlings is having a conversation at this point with somebody inside that vehicle, that someone, presumably O.J. Simpson, perhaps this is the conversation between two longtime friends that will resolve this odyssey this afternoon and this evening without any more violence, without any more bloodshed.
This is just one of 2 different vehicles that authorities have been searching for today. They had also put out an all-points bulletin for Simpson. They were searching for this white Ford Bronco that belongs to Cowlings, and also Simpson's black Mercedes. There's been no sign of that whatsoever. So it appears if the 2 are in this vehicle...
Now,
that,
Al Cowlings, we believe that to be Al Cowlings, holding his hand up, his palm up, perhaps toward the police officers behind him, pointing toward the front door to O.J. Simpson's home, obviously having a conversation with someone inside at this point. Now, unfortunately, now Al Cowlings is the man we believe to be Al Cowlings, is obscured by that tree, but...
As you can see, obviously they're negotiating and talking
2 police officers.
2 police officers that are in the house. Back to the vehicle, so it appears that someone else is definitely in the vehicle.
Yes.
And there's an intermediary there discussing things with the police.
They were gesturing toward something behind, in the back or toward the rear of the property there.
Okay, here's I believe a man is pleading to negotiate with people here, the police obviously, and it's obviously very stressful down there from these pictures, as you can see. A very delicate situation taking place as we watch here.
Now, we do know that there was at least 1 gun in that car.
It would be very interesting if anybody on the ground would possibly able to get some audio here of this gentleman.
He's quite upset at the moment.
Yeah.
Quite emotional here, which would seem to dictate the stressfulness of the situation, and hopefully this type of situation would not escalate into something a little more dramatic.
And both of the officers
appear to be calming the individual down and reassuring him that things are safe.
Well, there's no doubt, as we mentioned before, that O.J. is in a particularly agitated state of mind. That is, I think, is a truism. Consequently, what goes on from here on is very difficult to ascertain. I would suspect also that his lawyer is going to be involved in these negotiations also. But it does appear, and this once again is just guessing, that O.J. is still in that vehicle and probably on the passenger side. That seems to be a fairly logical deduction, I think, because the person who got out is doing some kind of negotiation or talking rather than dealing with law enforcement and talking to somebody in the car.
Most definitely, that's what it appears to be.
Hal, yeah. Eric Spillman now is live on the grounds of the house. Let's switch to him right now. Eric?
Well, Stan and Hal, unfortunately, we can't see as well from our vantage point as you can from yours. We are about, I'd say 500 yards away from the driveway where the drama is all taking place. And as you can see, there's a line of black and whites, Highway Patrol, Orange County Sheriffs, and LAPD patrol cars with their lights flashing all the way back down towards Rockingham. And
Eric, let me just mention, it looks as though something is going to happen right now. The person in the car just moved toward the entrance of the doorway.
And Hal, Stu Nahan just called in and identified the gentleman standing there in the courtyard. It is Al Cowling.
Yeah, it is a professional football player and his best
close
friend.
friend, yes.
Played ball at SC with O.J., and he was the man driving the car, and he was also the man with O.J. Simpson at the house in San Fernando Valley.
Right. Now, he's backed away from the vehicle, and LAPD inside the house.
Just inside
I
the
would
doorway.
think that what you're going to see is, well, once again, we're speculating, but I would suspect that O.J. is in that vehicle and will probably come out of that vehicle. He didn't come all this way to sit in the car.
Everyone at the scene, I know everyone hoping for a peaceful solution to this entire scenario.
Jan, he's standing right out in the open. There are 2 police officers just inside of the door.
Right. At least 2. There may be lots more. Right?
2 that we've seen at this point, yes.
And then he had his hands moving in a very emotional manner, what they were saying.
Right, it was unclear who he was speaking to, whether he was speaking to law enforcement officials, perhaps, there by the wall, or maybe even neighbors, bystanders who were there. It's hard to tell from this point. But at one point, yes, he was very emotional.
Copter picture acting up a little bit here, but they'll have that stabilized.
Yeah, that only lasts for a couple of seconds. A little bit of noise in the picture, but so Al is now going back to the vehicle.
Critical, as we pointed out before, is the fact that they believe that any type of intrusion, especially by the media, could trigger a confrontation, could trigger something to happen. If you look ahead of me here, I'm not sure if our photographer can get a shot here, but Steve, you can pan off to the right. If you can pan right, Steve.
Al, I think we're going to stay with our helicopter picture. If you just describe for us what you're seeing. Okay, now we've got a split screen and we can see what you're talking about, Al.
Okay, very good. As I said, nothing apparently from the house but what you had seen before.
Okay, Al, to just update you and the rest of our viewers, the man we believe to be Al Cowlings.
This is Larry King in Washington at CNN Studios, staying atop this scene for you now through Fox 11. We have just been told that 2 photographers who tried to run across the lawn have been arrested by the police. We have affirmed that Al Cowlings is apparently negotiating. He was the driver of the car, the longtime Simpson friend and teammate at USC. There are police in the doorway. This is the driveway to the O.J. Simpson house in Brentwood. He's driven through 2 counties, and we followed him all the way. That's a police car behind him. And O.J. is in the car, apparently. Cowlings is now either by the door. Let's go back to Channel 5's coverage, KTLA.
Back behind the yellow tape, they're so far away that they're not seeing anything. They're being kept back by police. We have seen a number of police officers going in, looking as if they were SWAT team members, people wearing the bulletproof vests. They just sort of arrived here on the scene.
Well, what's interesting to us, Eric, and we're looking at it, and you and I both have different perspectives. What's interesting to us is that he is staying in the vehicle, not getting out. He obviously came back to his home to be at his home, to be in the home. But he's not in the home. He is staying in the vehicle at the present time. I suggest there's some quid pro quo here. There's something he is waiting for, so that he is going to stay in the vehicle and probably still has that weapon. They're going to stay in the vehicle until something happens. What that something is, we don't know. We can only speculate, but that, I suspect, is what's happening right now. He could be waiting, as we said before, Eric, for Robert Shapiro to show up on the scene.
And then the 3 officers standing there with no protection in front of them, not apparently worried to the dangerous situation, but they've been out there negotiating, obviously, is what they're doing.
Right, they've been speaking. There's been communication going on either between the police officer there and Al, or perhaps even O.J. and the police officer are communicating at a distance, but within view of each other.
You know, I'm sure that he has a cellular phone there because we've been informed of that, and I'm sure that a lot of stuff's been going on over that cellular phone.
But you can actually see the officers speaking.
We see officers running in now.
Yeah.
2 officers running in beside those patrol cars, wearing the bulletproof vests.
You know, we do have to put in
But police, according to the scanners, are listening to him. They've been very, very upset, of course, with all the helicopter traffic overhead, saying it's been extremely difficult to hear. I heard at one point they were yelling to try and get the helicopters out of there. I don't know what happened with that. But they are, according to the police scanners, talking to O.J. on the phone from inside the house, trying to negotiate something.
All right, Jane. Now, where are you in relation to Al Nipo, who's about a block and a half south of the house?
I have no idea. I am, I would say, a block due east.
Okay.
And there's a big crowd here. Of course, people, I just don't know what to make of it. Jovial, laughing, running to the scene, having like a party.
Well, and that's what Dr. Tom Linden, the psychiatrist we had on earlier, the man who's been talking to O.J. Simpson inside is, and we see police officers in the front door of the house now, Jane. Police officers standing there, openly standing there,
right,
talking apparently to the man who is sort of in the middle, literally, between O.J. Simpson and the officers. Officers at the top of your screen, O.J. Simpson in that vehicle at the bottom of your screen, and the man we believe to be Al Cowlings talking to both sides.
It's interesting to note the way the 2 officers were standing there. We can assume that they're wearing any kind of bulletproof vest that they can, but they were not, in a way, protecting themselves. They were basically just standing there almost casually talking to the driver of that vehicle. Al Cowlings looks like he is still attempting to talk to them and relaying perhaps some information to Simpson, believed to be also in that vehicle there.
Going back to what Dr. Linden was saying is that it might be a very natural human reaction to want to stop and wave to a man who is in deep, serious trouble, not only legally, but obviously psychologically as well. But Dr. Linden pointing out that that was probably the worst possible thing that any one of us could have done, because while we meant it as a show of support and sympathy, it might well be the agitation factor. Yes, go ahead, Jane.
It appears, from what we're hearing on the scanners, they are trying to put a phone call, perhaps, from O.J. through to his mother. They're trying to arrange that right now.
Jane, is there an indication that his mother is in the house, or is she somewhere else?
I get the feeling she's not there by the way they're talking.
Okay. We should point out that Mrs. Simpson lives in...
about that, Chris. You know,
okay.
some of this is spotty and...
Right. Well, she lives in San Francisco, but she obviously was down here in Southern California yesterday for the burial of her former daughter-in-law, Nicole Brown Simpson, and we had thought perhaps that she was staying at her son's home before journeying back to San Francisco, but perhaps she has already left. The indication being now that they are trying to hook up a police, or a telephone patch, that is, between O.J. Simpson on the cellular phone in that white Bronco parked in his own driveway in Brentwood, and his mother.
In case viewers are perhaps just joining us, we should perhaps let them know what has led up to this. At about 6:45, this white Bronco was spotted driving along the I-5 freeway. Authorities started following that vehicle. They figured out that it was the vehicle they'd been searching for, the Ford Bronco that belonged to Simpson's longtime friend, Al Cowlings. They had followed that on the I-5 to the 91 freeway, then to the 405 freeway. It exited Sunset and went directly to the home of O.J. Simpson.
Al Cowlings has just walked from the driver's side of the vehicle back toward the front door of O.J. Simpson's home. As Jane Wells was telling us, the police are trying to work out a phone contact between O.J. Simpson and his mother.
Actually, if you can hear me, Chris.
Yes, go ahead.
They're trying to get the phone number. They're trying to get the phone number so they can hook it through.
Okay.
Again, we have more people running down the street here.
Now, there are a number more police officers, Jane, and I'm not sure what you can see from your vantage point, but a number of police officers standing a little more openly now than they had been, although they are on the street side of a hedge that surrounds O.J. Simpson's property, and it is starting to get dark.
Well, I don't have a visual on the house.
Okay.
We're a block away.
All right,
But
there,
I'm glued to my scanner here
there
because
you
that's
see-
the best information I'm getting.
there you see the entire neighborhood, Rockingham Court, north of Sunset Boulevard in Brentwood. As dusk starts to fall, another news helicopter going through the camera, or the scene there. The police...
Courtyard empty and 4 men talking in the doorway.
Well, it's going to be getting dark pretty soon. The sun sets, I believe, around 8:04 today. It's 8:20 now, so the sun, well, it's 8:18 I have, so the sun set about 14 minutes ago.
We have with us over here John Duncan with the LAPD Public Information Office. Can you tell us what's going on over there? Is there negotiation taking place?
We're not going to discuss what's taking place here at this time. We'll get back with you in a little bit. You're just going to have to bear with us. It's a real sensitive point in this thing, okay?
Okay, officially, we're not finding out anything from the police department on what is happening. That's John Duncan. He's with the LAPD Press Relations Office.
Well, there's clearly negotiation going on, regardless of what he said or not. They're not just sitting there looking at each other, I can guarantee you that.
They're having
And I think that what's happening is there are negotiations going on both at the house, at the doorway to the house, and via cellular telephone. And those negotiations that are not going on over telephone seem to be with OJ's friend Al, who is acting as kind of a courier of information between the vehicle and officers in the house.
And he's just approached the car again. And as of yet, we've been unable to identify the man in street clothes there, and the tie and the shirt, standing in the doorway with the officers. Unknown who he is.
There's a crowd of people here who are yelling, "Juice, juice, juice."
How many folks are would you estimate are locals there, you know, neighbors, and how many are from the...
I don't think there's a whole lot of locals here. These are people who watched the drama unfold and then followed it to this point. A lot of them were on motorcycles.
That's interesting. Where did all the motorcycles come from?
Well, I don't know, but there was a whole bunch of them who were following. I guess it was easier for them to maneuver. And they just kind of zipped in and out of traffic and followed the pursuit to this point.
Interesting that the flashing lights have not been turned off. They've been on since the time the car arrived at the house.
Craig, up in the copter, how is the light situation? Is darkness setting in?
The house where Simpson and Cowlings were, and both men were gone. And that resulted in an all-points bulletin being issued all over Southern California, and for that matter, all over the country. Robert Shapiro, his attorney, said that at the time, O.J. Simpson had about $60 on him, that he was going to be able to take that much to jail with him. This, because it's a special circumstance death penalty potential case, there probably would not be any bail allowed for O.J. Simpson, although the law specifically does not preclude bail in a capital case. It is almost never, if ever, in anybody's memory, granted. Although I suppose that Robert Shapiro could have made arguments in terms of the amount of bail, and we keep him under armed guard and with an electronic bracelet and that sort of thing, but that all becomes moot now while we wait for the hopefully peaceful end of this part of the O.J. Simpson drama. Yes, Jane, go.
Is Al Cowlings still, you can see, I can't. Is he still in the car as he left the car?
He is still at the car.
He is at the car, Jane. He has been out of the car for about 20 minutes now, but he is most of the time stationed at, the driver's side. The door is open, and he is standing between that open door and the driver's seat talking to O.J. Simpson inside.
Okay, because they had been talking about trying to get him out of there.
From the picture that we see right now, Jane, we can see that Cowlings is still at the vehicle. It looks like he is still relaying messages. It looks like right now, although it is getting darker and harder to see from our Sky 11 picture, we can see that Cowlings, a very tall, a large man in a black outfit, is talking perhaps to Simpson in the car. and then has been going back and forth to the house or making gestures back toward the house where authorities are and family members are. So yes, he is still there.
And there are still police officers in the front door. Jane, let me ask you, when you said they are talking about getting him out of there, based on your listening to the police scanner, by him, do they mean Al Cowlings out of there, or do they mean O.J. Simpson out of the car?
Cowlings. They wanted to get Cowlings away from the scene. But I don't want to, I really don't want to go too much into what they have been talking about that way.
And let me assure anyone that at the point that the authorities deem that any of this coverage is detrimental to their efforts to get O.J. Simpson out of that car safely, it's not only safely for O.J. Simpson, of course, but safely for the police officers, the police negotiators, Simpson family members, anybody out there. The instant that the authorities believe this coverage is detrimental, then we will stop this coverage.
This is certainly a bizarre turn of events for this evening. Around 5 o'clock, it was when Simpson's attorney had held a news conference saying he had no idea where his client was at that time. A friend read a letter that almost came off as a goodbye type of letter, with Simpson saying he had nothing to do with the murder of his wife, his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson. He also wrote at the end, "Don't feel sorry for me. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I helped yours. Peace and love." He says he's had a great life, great friends. It was a handwritten letter. He said, "Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person." And perhaps that is what many people were thinking as they watched this white Bronco drive by on the freeway. And they were stopped waving their arms and cheering and waving to the vehicle that carried O.J. Simpson, we believe.
Getting rather dark now.
Remembering the O.J. Simpson that we all knew and loved as a hero.
Getting very dark now in Brentwood. We do see a man in what appears to be a white shirt, sort of lounging against the door jamb, the front door to O.J. Simpson's house. The last time we saw that doorway, there were some uniformed police officers standing there rather nonchalantly. And it's getting dark now to the point that it's very difficult to tell what's going on, particularly with Al Cowlings wearing dark clothing. It's becoming difficult. And obviously the police want to keep the agitation factor down. There are no, as you can see that, no external lights on the property, although certainly there are floodlights on the landscaping in O.J. Simpson's estate. And it looks almost as if they have turned the lights off on that police car that was behind the Bronco in the driveway from the instant that the Bronco pulled into O.J. Simpson's driveway. That police squad car had its headlights flashing as well as its signal lights on top on the light bar. And it's difficult to tell now whether the signal lights are still going, but the flashing headlights appear to have been turned off.
Chris?
Yes, Jane, go.
Well, the radios are very quiet right now. Interesting, often I guess what happens with these things, apparently police, LAPD had a cell phone that was provided to them, and they don't know their own phone number, and they've been trying to dig that phone number up. I suppose so somebody can call them.
So you don't know at all, Jane, if they were able to get through to Simpson's mother as they were trying to do?
No, I haven't heard that yet on the scanner.
Naturally, Jane, now that I mentioned that it appeared that the headlights on the car had been turned off on the police car, we see that at least the left front headlight is still flashing as it was from the time that the car pulled in, but just at the left front. It appears that the right front has either burned out or is somehow off, and the light bar is not flashing. There is not very much light there at all.
We're continuing to have people come into this neighborhood, a lot of young people. Hold on.
Okay, Jane. This is Jane Wells, monitoring police scanning, the police scanner, police radios.
They are saying that he is attempting to phone them, but is having trouble doing it.
Okay.
Maybe that his battery is dying. Well, we can understand what...
Simpson is attempting to phone them, Jane, phone authorities?
Yes, phone back, I assume, and you know what happens when you do that he is trying to phone them back in the house.
Always, and this is something we need to point out, the very fact that O.J. Simpson is talking, not only with the authorities now, or at least trying to talk to them now, but the 911 call he made earlier, that is a very hopeful sign for a police negotiator to hear some clue and some hint, get the idea that in this case it's O.J. Simpson, but that someone is willing to talk and wants to talk.
Interesting to note, Jane was saying how there were people moving into the area where she was, which is a little ways from this house, It's a very calm scene as you're looking at this Sky 11 photo of the Brentwood mansion of O.J. Simpson. Not a lot of movement going on there. Media and neighbors, residents, citizens have been kept and moved farther away from this scene as authorities are trying to deal with this situation here. Not a lot of movement by police officers either. You can assume that this is being dealt with through the negotiators at this point in time.
Chris and
Yes,
Christine?
go ahead,
Yes, go
Jane.
ahead, Jane.
Jane, go.
They're now talking about trying to get another phone to Cowling to give to O.J.
Okay, Al Cowling's being used up to this point as a verbal intermediary, and now apparently as a physical one as well. Perhaps, as we sort of remarked a moment ago, perhaps the cellular phone in that Bronco has had battery problems.
But Chris, they've also remarked that he appears to be in a rather emotional state, understandable.
When you say he, you mean Cowling?
Cowling.
Okay.
That's very understandable. The man has acted as a surrogate for O.J. Simpson at the funerals yesterday, has been his lifelong friend. They played football together at USC, went on to the pros, have been friends for 3 decades or more. And Al Cowlings is seeing his friend now threatening, at any rate, certainly by implication, to kill himself, and trying desperately to keep that from happening.
Cowlings was with Simpson earlier today when they were at this undisclosed location with doctors and their attorney, Robert Shapiro. When this surrender was supposed to take place, where Simpson was supposed to turn himself in to authorities, what had happened is that surrender did not take place, so police decided we will come to the house, we will pick up Simpson ourselves. When they got there, Shapiro went to go get Cowlings and Simpson, who were in another room. The two had disappeared. They had been on the run ever since. Of course, it is illegal to aid a fugitive. Simpson was being called a fugitive all day long because he has been formally charged with the 2 murders. And so Cowlings and Simpson together have been on the run all day, with police searching for both of them and their vehicles.
And it was not until sometime... Yes, go ahead.
Well, just as a side note, the party atmosphere here on the side streets continues. We have people coming down with signs. One said O.J. is innocent. Somebody's got some music playing. People with their children are coming into the neighborhood. This is absolutely bizarre.
Well, I think that certainly is a word that applies to this entire case from its beginning, Jane, and perhaps it should not have any other tag put on it than bizarre. Certainly a bizarre thing that has happened since this morning when O.J. Simpson and Al Cowlings disappeared. That was roughly an hour after O.J. Simpson was formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. And all I guess we can say is to pass on to anybody who is contemplating going into the Brentwood neighborhood to be a part of all of this is that, number one, you'll get a much better view of it at home and listening to the reporters on the scene. Yes, go ahead, Jane.
They just said they're on the phone with him now.
Okay. Jane Wells on the ground in Brentwood, monitoring the police radios, telling us exactly as it happens what the police are saying to each other about the progress of things involving O.J. Simpson. But before we lose this point, let me make it one more time, and we can't make it strongly enough. Keep in mind what the psychiatrist said earlier on Fox 11, and that is to further agitate O.J. Simpson is extraordinarily dangerous, not only to O.J. Simpson, but to anybody and everybody around him, because someone who is suicidal can become quickly homicidal, and that means that there are his dear friend Al Cowlings, police officers round and about, as well as O.J. Simpson himself. So if you have the urge to go into Brentwood for some bizarre reason to be a part of something, don't.
Jane, I'm wondering, do you, listening to the scanners, are you hearing any mention of Robert Shapiro or Howard Weitzman, that is O.J. Simpson's current and past attorney?
No, nothing about that. The only outside, of course, you know, police couch it as much as they can because they know we're listening. But no, the only reference to an outsider has been his mother. Again, they just came on the radio again and said all units were on the phone with him, and we are, quote, just moving forward. You know, Chris, you've had a much longer career than I. Some have talked about this being the most notorious case since the Lana Turner murder case where her husband was murdered by her daughter. This, to me, outdoes even that. I have never seen a story like this.
Well, Jane, it's certainly in quote, modern Los Angeles, Hollywood, end quote, times, it certainly started out the equal of the Lana Turner, Johnny Stompanato, Cheryl Crane case of the 50s, where Cheryl Crane, Lana Turner's 14-year-old daughter, killed Johnny Stompanato, allegedly killed him, and did some time in the California Youth Authority. And it certainly rivals the Fatty Arbuckle case and William Desmond Taylor and so on, the notorious cases of Hollywood. But there certainly is no case, not only in Los Angeles, that I can remember or have ever read about, but anywhere in the world that has had this end to it, to the point that we are right now, to have a worldwide celebrity named as a murder suspect flee and then turn around and some hours later come back to his own home in a party atmosphere, as distasteful as that may sound, along the freeways of Southern California, and a party atmosphere that you've talked about in his own neighborhood, as well-meaning as those people might be. Nonetheless, it's distasteful, and it is party-like. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, obviously, maybe some people would say I'm calling, this is the pot calling the kettle black, because certainly all of us have been out in force monitoring this the whole way. But this is what I do for a living, and this is not something on a Friday afternoon that I would choose to do if I weren't working. And it just amazes me, the traffic on the freeway, people just, I can't tell you how many near accidents. If there apparently was one accident, people trying to scramble to join the procession.
It was quite a scene, because also, Jane, as you were mentioning, people try to join the procession. When they would pass the ramps, you would see that cars had stopped on the ramps almost waiting for Simpson's vehicle to come by so they could get a look and perhaps a wave in. So it's been, as Chris kind of called it, a party scene the whole route. People, of course, can hear this on their car radios and find out which path they were taking and which likely areas they were going to hit next. But it's been that way. In fact, I saw one man with his T-shirt off waving it in the air. So
there was some talk on the radio about either, and I couldn't tell which person in the car wants it. They want to make eye contact rather than phone, and it sounded to me as though it might be Cowlings they're talking about. I'll see if we get something more on that. I'll let you know.
Well, Al Cowlings is certainly in a rough place. I mean, his dear friend is inside the car, threatening at least implicitly to kill himself. And on the other hand, he's got police telling him to do this, that, and the other thing. One thing we should make note of, too, is that at this point, there is no hurry on anybody's part. There's no need to hurry any of this. The police have the situation under control. They have the vehicle stopped. No one outside O.J. Simpson and the police in the immediate area. Yes, Jane, go ahead. Go ahead, Jane.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
They say he wants to make a phone call to his mother.
Okay.
And then he is considering coming out. They say this is a very slow process, and they are not rushing him.
That's what we were just saying, Jane, that there is no hurry. I mean, the negotiator is trained to do this for hours. The police are used to long hours of just standing around and waiting. And when you consider what the stakes are, the waiting is well worth it.
Even listening to the officer, the negotiator on the radio, even listening to him, he's got the calm cadence down to his voice as he passes the information along. Very low key.
And he has to be, he's trained
right,
to be.
Right.
And one of the things that negotiators have told me in the past that they're passing on at this point to O.J. Simpson is to just calm down, relax. We're here, we can talk forever. There is no hurry. There's no time frame, there's no deadline here. Just relax, take it easy. And since the police have control of the situation and control of the immediate environment, there is not the problem that it was on the freeway earlier in the afternoon and evening. Now that's under police control.
It's getting more and more difficult to see what's happening there on the ground. That white vehicle you're seeing, in case perhaps you're just joining us, is believed to be the vehicle belonging to O.J. Simpson's dear friend, Al Collings. Simpson believed to be in the vehicle, while Collings is on the ground talking to authorities who are in the house. Family members also believed to be in the house. We've been talking with Jane Wells, our reporter who is monitoring police scanners. She is getting information as to what's going on.
Christine?
Yes, Jane.
They just went on saying they're going to receive somebody in the back. I'm not sure who that is. And yet he went on to say, we are continuing a conversation with productive dialogue. Now, you've been talking about Al Collins. We went to one of his, he has sort of a crash pad in Santa Monica where he occasionally stays. And we went there this afternoon and talked with some of the neighbors who describe him as the kind of guy who would give you the shirt off his back, a true friend, kind to strangers, just somebody who would do anything for you. Now, he and O.J. go back even before college. According to what I've been told, he was practically raised by O.J.'s family, so they have been friends, good friends, for a very long time. And in fact, the letter that was read during the Shapiro News Conference where he mentions Al, it said, man, thank you for being in my life.
They are extraordinarily close friends, and it's interesting to note that this productive dialogue. Now, I'm assuming, Jane, that what they're... Yes.
Heads up, I think we may have something.
Okay. Jane Wells, listening to the police scanners on the ground in Brentwood. Very dark there now, but you see the police car with the flashing lights in the middle of your screen, the lower middle of your screen.
It appears he wants to talk to somebody, perhaps calling from the car to the door or something like that. It's appearing that he wants... We may get something going here, but then we may have movement forward here.
Okay.
As Jane had been saying earlier, he had been requesting to talk with his mother. Authorities were trying to get some kind of number, some kind of link up that way where he could talk with his mother. It is hard to see by looking at this picture here what's going on the ground, but we understand that paramedics are also being sent to the scene, perhaps as a precaution just to be on standby. And there are a number of other police cars surrounding this home of O.J. Simpson. Very hard to see, though, with a picture the way it is, but we'll continue to bring you that information that we are getting here.
His attorney, Robert Shapiro, said at that 5 o'clock news conference in Century City that O.J. Simpson had been suicidal all week, that a psychiatrist had been seeing him all week long since the murders, and that O.J. Simpson last night, when he came to this friend's home in the San Fernando Valley, instead of going to his home here in Brentwood, but when he went to the San Fernando Valley, the psychiatrist sedated him, this, of course, after the funeral for Nicole Brown Simpson in Orange County.
Chris?
Yes, Jane?
Now getting into specifics again, it appears as though they are preparing for every eventuality now and him stepping out of the car. They are preparing for anything that may happen with the emphasis on on taking him into custody safely. They are making preparations.
Jane, by that, do you mean that they are expecting him to get out of the car, and then the case is what happens then?
Exactly. They are not planning to make a move on him.
Okay. That certainly fits in with the standard negotiating situation of just let it diffuse itself if it can be diffused.
Jane, are you hearing at all where Al Collins might be? Because we have not been able to see him since it's gotten so dark. He was by the vehicle, the white Ford Bronco, and he was moving back and forth to the house, mostly remaining by the vehicle. Are you hearing about his presence at all?
No, he may. The only thing I can again assume is that he may be the individual they were talking about, having him come around the back, and perhaps that's the person O.J. wants to talk to voice to voice. But again, that is purely speculation on my part. I do not have a visual at all, merely what I'm hearing off the radio.
Okay, just to orient you, if you're looking at your television screen and wondering if something's going bad with it, don't. It's not. It's dark in Brentwood. What you see in the upper middle of your screen is the front part of O.J. Simpson's home in Brentwood. Toward the middle of the screen, that white blob is the Ford Bronco, in which O.J. Simpson has been sitting now in his own driveway for the better part of an hour. And at last report from Jane Wells on the ground, listening to police radios, they are prepared to have him come out. He perhaps is giving some indication he's going to get out of the car. At that point, of course, the police are prepared for any eventuality, whether it would be a surrender, perhaps a fight, whatever. But they are prepared to take him into custody.
We have some new information that about what's happening at the scene. We understand Simpson's attorney, Robert Shapiro, has arrived at Simpson's home. Shapiro was hired on earlier this week. He is the second attorney for Simpson. He is the one who held the news conference at about 5 o'clock tonight, saying he did not know where Simpson was, that he had disappeared, and he made a plea for O.J. Simpson to please turn himself in for the sake of his family, the sake of his children, to please give himself up to any authorities he might come across.
There's a rather dramatic wide shot of the Brentwood area. You can see that dark area. Now it's zoomed in past down on to the cars on the street, but that rather dark area in the middle of all of the lights is the area around O.J. Simpson's house, which is dark. It may well be, Christine, that the reference that Jane Wells was telling us a moment ago about the police negotiator saying something about somebody around the back may well be a reference to Robert Shapiro coming to the back part of the entrance to the O.J. Simpson estate in Brentwood to come and talk to him. Shapiro said at that news conference that he still considers himself to be O.J. Simpson's attorney. He, as Christine said, put out a fervent plea for O.J. Simpson to give himself up. And we now have the report that Robert Shapiro has arrived at O.J. Simpson's estate in Brentwood. You recall that on Wednesday of this week, Howard Weitzman abruptly left the case. He has been O.J. Simpson's attorney for a long time, and as a matter of fact, represented Simpson back in 1989 when Simpson was arrested for what turned out to be a misdemeanor spousal battery charge, a much controversial charge now in light of what has happened this week. But Howard Weitzman dropped off the case, explaining that he was too close a friend of O.J. Simpson's and had too many other professional commitments to give the Simpson case the time and energy that O.J. Simpson deserved. So Robert Shapiro, another very well-known Southern California defense lawyer, signed on. That was on Wednesday. Now we have the word that Robert Shapiro has arrived on the scene, certainly to lend all his energies to talking O.J. Simpson out of that car.
Chris, the radio is very silent now. One can only, again, speculate that they are talking on cell phones now, and then they will again come on the radio perhaps when they have something to report to the other officers on scene.
It may well be that the negotiator is telling O.J. Simpson that Robert Shapiro is here, and perhaps having some update on the conversation that O.J. Simpson wants to have with his mother.
Shapiro is a well-known celebrity attorney here in Los Angeles. He has represented Marlon Brando's son Christian in a murder case. He's represented Dodger Darryl Strawberry, Vince Coleman.
Tina Sinatra in the stalking case involving James Ferrantino.
He took the case on, as you mentioned, Chris, earlier this week on Wednesday and basically proclaimed Simpson's innocence, saying that Simpson was home at the time that the murders took place, although the time was not exactly known specifically. He also negotiated this plan for Simpson to turn himself in when and if authorities were ready to press some charges. So he admitted today that he was devastated by what had happened, that it was the worst day of his professional career, that he had no idea that Simpson would run like he did.
They said they were concerned about suicide and had been all week, but the last thing that occurred to any of them was that O.J. Simpson would run.
Right, the plan was that they would be at this undisclosed location. Authorities gave a call to Shapiro this morning at about 8 a.m. and said, we are going to be filing charges that Simpson needs to surrender to authorities. They set the time for 11 o'clock this afternoon. That did not happen. They reset the time for 11:45. That did not happen again. Finally, at noon, LAPD said, we are coming to your location. We will pick up Mr. Simpson. He's considered a fugitive. Mr. Shapiro said they did not pass that information specifically on to Simpson. He had been at the house with some doctors. He had been sedated. He had been with some of his closest friends at his house. When the police car pulled up, Shapiro and others went to the room where Simpson and his friend Collins were. They went to the room, and those two were gone. They had disappeared. So this would be the first that Shapiro, we believe, might have talked to or might see his client, O.J. Simpson.
At 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Having a conversation with them, and they went down to get Mr. Simpson, and he was gone. And Robert Shapiro said he was surprised by the whole event. And that, of course, when the next chapter began, and he disappeared, and the search for him started, ending up in the pursuit across town through Orange County, Cerritos, Bellflower, Torrance, by the airport, up the 405 freeway, off at Sunset, and here to his home on Rockingham Avenue in Brentwood.
Stan, you know, I think what we should do is that letter that O.J. Simpson wrote to his friend, Mr. Kardashian, was a very poignant and a very emotional letter and gives us an insight into O.J. Simpson's thinking as virtually as a matter of just a few hours ago. And I think if we can stay on this picture, we will play the audio for you, because remember, this was done this afternoon. Many people were at work. They were not home yet. And we've been talking about the letter, so why don't we play the audio? You will hear his very good friend read the letter that was sent to him by O.J. Simpson. This is the letter that was read about 5 o'clock this afternoon before O.J. Simpson was found in Orange County. So let's stay on the picture for any developments, and here is that letter.
To whom it may concern. First, everyone understand I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her, always have, and always will. If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Recently, we came to the understanding that for now, we were not right for each other, at least for now. Despite our love, we were different, and that's why we mutually agreed to go our separate ways. It was tough splitting for a second time, but we both knew it was for the best. Inside, I had no doubt that in the future, we would be close friends or more. Unlike what has been written in the press, Nicole and I had a great relationship for most of our lives together. Like all long-term relationships, we had a few downs and ups. I took the heat New Year's 1989.
This is Larry King in Washington, staying atop this scene, now night in Brentwood. We understand something is breaking. Let's go to our other affiliate, KTTV Channel 11.
That is a police vehicle that is there, and there is also another police vehicle at the other gate and an unmarked unit as well.
What about the crowd there, Al? Has that grown much?
You broke up a little bit. Your question again?
The crowd, neighbors, residents coming out, looking loose?
They're still being kept about, I guess, 2 blocks away from the south. We have a little bit closer view, being only a block and a half, but as I said, still rather obscured. There has been, throughout this whole ordeal, there has never really been any real excitement except for the time that they knew that Simpson apparently was coming here, and as I said, they have been very easygoing. I should point out that perhaps 15 or 20 minutes ago, they did have a couple of fire department paramedics that were here just in case, considering there may have been any type of injuries, but they are kind of in a wait and see, as we are, as well as the police department, it appears. But as you pointed out, it seems as though we may be very close here to a resolution.
It is to be hoped, but as we've said earlier, Al, at this point, of course, there is no hurry.
Okay, we have some new information here. Well, basically, it's just talking about the pursuit.
Well, now it says he has been arrested in his driveway. Now, this is off the Associated Press, City News Service wire that says that O.J. Simpson has been arrested in his driveway. We repeat, that is off the City News Service wire. We have no confirmation of that. It's very difficult to see from the helicopter any further shots in the driveway, any further views in the driveway. And Al Naipo and Jane Wells are down the street.
Let's go to Jane to see if she's hearing anything. She's been monitoring the police scanner. Jane, are you hearing anything at all about an arrest?
No, it has been completely silent, so it could very well be that that is exactly what's happening.
All right, we're hearing now, Jane, that police and perhaps O.J. Simpson are walking. Whether they're walking toward the house or down the driveway, we can't tell. But certainly if O.J. Simpson has surrendered, he will be handcuffed, taken into custody. Certainly will be then taken to jail, but we have no confirmation.
Al?
This is Al Naipo.
Yes, Al.
Yes, I was just going to make a mention here. There seems to be some activity here coming off the Ashford Gate. We've noticed now that another 10 or so LAPD officers have gone to that location and gone inside, walking very slowly. It doesn't appear as though that they are in any type of defensive posture mode anymore. It's seemingly that it appears as though things are coming to a close right here. I cannot actually see any suspect or OJ from my vantage point here.
We've just been told that the people in the Fox helicopter, even though they are shooting the pictures that you see now, can, with the naked eye, see a little bit better than the camera can. And they say that O.J. Simpson has been taken out of that Bronco. and put into the police car that, if you'll recall, when it was a little bit lighter, you saw parked right behind the Bronco in the driveway at O.J. Simpson's home in Brentwood. So it appears that this has, knock on wood, hopefully over, that O.J. Simpson has surrendered. We have no absolute confirmation of that, but there are the visual reports that he
We have been staying atop this scene with you all day and all night, as we always do at CNN, and we have now received a report from Craig Lamont on the scene, our CNN journalist on the scene, that O.J. Simpson has surrendered to police.
Long barrel. Of course, the question will be, where did he get that? Police had been talking about securing all sides, and yet, in case he was going to run, they had taken that into consideration, and yet wanted to make sure that they weren't in each other's crossfire in case O.J. were to do something, well, suicidal.
Jane, this perhaps has indeed come to an end. We are hearing from the police helicopter that was on the scene that O.J. Simpson is in custody. Our Sky 11 helicopter is flying overhead as well, and it says that a man in the vehicle, believed to be Simpson, has turned himself in, has left his vehicle and was taken to the police car behind his own vehicle, which is at the home, his Brentwood home. So while it may be very difficult to see right now, we are getting a couple of different reports that are
Christine,
saying
can
that...
you hear us?
Yes, Al, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that is apparently what appears to be the case right now. We've seen that some of those SWAT officers and other officers with their rifles seemingly are coming into a stand-down position right now. And of course, that would mean that any type of threat would be over. We are still being kept about a block and a half away, but you can certainly sense here and see among the LAPD officers that they seemingly are kind of in a stand-down mode. As I said, slowly now walking into that area, checking out the grounds of O.J. Simpson's estate.
That would be a sign that there has been a change in things, if police are moving around, if they are moving about freely, because before they were staying back with the negotiator trying to negotiate a surrender from O.J. Simpson, believed to be in that vehicle at his Brentwood home. So, Al, if you are seeing that kind of movement, that would be a further indication that Simpson is in custody.
We could also see Christine looking rather carefully at this point in that driveway. That is the driveway into O.J. Simpson's property, that there are a number of people just standing. The ones most easily seen, of course, are the ones in the white or
Cut
light
them down.
standing in the driveway.
This is Larry King in Washington. We have Greg Lamont on the phone with us. Greg, can you now confirm that O.J. Simpson is arrested?
Yes, sir. He is in custody over a very, what seemed like long, dramatic moments. I was fortunate enough to be listening to a very sophisticated police scanner via a local radio station. I was listening to the police officers talking back and forth with one another. Apparently, when the car first pulled up, there was negotiations going on. As you know, the driver got out of the car and was taken into the house. And apparently, all O.J. Simpson wanted to do was to go inside of the house and either, one, speak with his mother directly, who we believe is there, or at least make a phone call to her and talk to her on the telephone. They said that would be fine with them, but he could not come out of the car with the revolver that he had in his hand. It was described by the police officers as a blue steel revolver that had about a 6-inch barrel on it. He kept that gun in his hand for quite some time, and in fact started to lean out of the door with it in his hand, and then leaned back inside the car. Then he moved up to the front seat, sat there for a few minutes, and then for some reason, I guess he had some photographs, some picture frames, as we were listening to the police scanners saying he's got a picture frame in his left hand, now he's got a picture frame in his right hand, now he is starting to exit the car. There was a moment of silence, and then all of a sudden the officer said, "We have a code 4, which means they have their man in custody." This all happened just moments ago. It's been a very dramatic and topsy-turvy day, and it's certainly been an emotional one.
Unbelievable, Greg. Did you hear Simpson speak at all?
No, I did not. I was not scanning, this scanner was not scanning anything that he was saying. It was only scanning what the police officers were saying. I can tell you that the police officers had put themselves in a position around the mansion that they were afraid that Simpson might try to jump out and run in any direction, and they had themselves tactically set up to be able to deal with any kind of situation. In fact, we're told that if Simpson jumps out of the car and starts running, like in one officer's direction, for instance, they were told to take him out, in essence.
Cowlings apparently was the mediator, right?
He was initially, and at some point in time, they took him inside the home. Now it's going to be interesting to see what explanation he will have for all of this. Obviously, it seems that Simpson, I can't say obviously, but it seems that Simpson did have a revolver of some sort, and whether he was forced to get into the car and be the driver is unclear at this time, but it was clear that Simpson was sitting in the rear of the seat for most of the duration of this chase and now the end of this situation.
Craig, where is O.J. Simpson now?
That I cannot tell you. I'm about a block away, and I have no monitors, but I can only assume he's inside the home. They did agree to allow him to speak with his mother, but there's one question that has been resolved here, and that is certainly that he is in police custody and unharmed, apparently.
What a day.
What a day.
Greg, thank you for terrific reporting all day long.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of our people associated with our affiliates in Los Angeles at Channels 5 and 11, to Greg Lamont and the rest of the journalists who covered this all day long, and to our aerial views that carried us with Al Cowlings and O.J. Simpson through 2 counties, through his home, and finally to arrest tonight in Los Angeles. This is Larry King in Washington. We thank you very much for being with us, and let's now go to Lyndon Souls in Atlanta. Lyndon?
Larry, I don't think there are quite enough adjectives or superlatives to describe the mix of emotions and the roller coaster of emotions that we've been witnessing over the past 2.5 hours as we've been following the latest developments in the police manhunt for O.J. Simpson. As you mentioned, the police chase took place over 60 miles of California interstates. Apparently, the police pursuit was triggered by a cellular telephone call that had been made inside Al Cowlings' 93 white Ford Bronco, which became a very identifiable moving landmark, if you like, along those interstates, along most of that chase. As it passed under each successive overpass, more and more people gathered by the roadside with signs supportive of O.J. Simpson, asking him to turn himself in. On local radio stations in Los Angeles, former associates, coaches, and associate players pleading for O.J. Simpson to turn himself into authorities. That had been arranged earlier in the morning, about 8:30 this morning, Pacific time. His lawyer, Robert Shapiro, received a telephone call from authorities saying that they were coming. They were coming to make an arrest. We're going now live to CNN's Robert Vito. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, what we can tell you right now is that O.J. Simpson's sister, surrounded by probably a couple of dozen police officers, was just escorted from the house, which is about a block from me, down the street, and you could probably hear the people in the background. They were cheering her as she went through. It's still a circus atmosphere out here, which is, I think, you know, to be expected, but at the same time sad, considering the circumstances. There are still scores of police vehicles. They finally have turned their bubblegum lights off. Things, I think, will be returning to normal here shortly, but people are just standing around. I guess maybe as I look around, maybe 300, 400, 500 people, some waving signs, "We support you, O.J., we love you, O.J., we're with you, O.J." And police, as they try to move the crowd back, jeer the police officers when television camera lights go on, and people jump up and down in front of the cameras. But anyway, the bottom line is, as we understand it, O.J. Simpson has been taken into custody. We don't know if his attorney, Robert Shapiro, was involved in the negotiations, but it was very sensitive. And for a long time, there were great concerns as to how it might end. But at this hour, it's ended very peacefully.
Where they were.
All right, Bob, can you tell if they've given any indication when they're going to be escorting O.J. off the property?
My understanding is, and we don't know for sure, but just talking to some police officers at the scene, it could happen very soon. And what we're told is that he probably, as you know, was scheduled earlier today, will be taken to police headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. But we don't know that for sure. That's just what some of the police officers are saying the scenario will be.
All right, Bob, there may be a development on the scene in a couple of moments. We'll be joining KCOP in a couple of seconds. Is there any indication as to whether charges will be laid against Al Cowling?
Don't know yet. That's a very cloudy picture as to, you know, what his involvement may or may not have been, you know, and exactly what happened. And at this point in time, we couldn't even speculate. We just don't know.
Well, as the drama continued on the California interstates, there was a lot of concern about the safety of O.J. Simpson because Reports were coming in that he was holding a gun to his head at that time. We're going to KCOP, CNN affiliate in Los Angeles, and picking up their coverage.
Wrap up this scene. We know that there will be a news conference coming up around 10 o'clock tonight when we will get all the details of exactly how this surrender happened. We believe that O.J. was able to talk to his son, who was here, his grown son, Josh, and possibly that played a part in him actually surrendering. As far as any, there's an ambulance down there. As far as we know, it is not needed at this point. Police are still pushing. There is a huge crowd here, literally hundreds of people. In fact, you can see a man over here now being arrested for crossing over this police line. You can see the handcuffs being put on him right now. Police are going to have to do something up here about crowd control. And let's come back over. Let's take a look back here through this crowd now. If you can see, there are people all the way up Rockingham, as far up as we can see anyway. A lot of people who came by here actually. Tell me, ma'am, where did you come from to come here tonight? Santa Clarita? Here, step out here just a little bit for me. Why did you come up? What is your name, first of all?
Gail.
Gail? What's your last name?
Bedford.
And why did you come up here today?
Basically, just to see what was going on, and we posted signs on the gate, and we support O.J. I don't think he killed his wife.
Okay.
Basically, what he said from the letter, he said he didn't do it, so I believe that.
Okay, thank you very much. Certainly, O.J. Simpson has a lot of fans here, and he's getting a lot of support here. We'll be standing by live. We'll be coming back. As soon as they let us get a little closer, we will be able to maybe tell you a little more about what happened once we get past the police line. Let's throw it back to the studio.
This is Lyndon Souls back at CNN Center in Atlanta. As the situation is obviously under control now, O.J. Simpson is in police custody. So the media crews
mopping up here to do, cleaning up the scene. Obviously, everything is over. There is no more threat, but they are still holding the line here about a block and a half to the north and another perhaps 2 blocks to the south. One of the reasons being is that the streets here, Rockingham, Ashford, and the other surrounding streets are quite literally blocked with police vehicles, and that's one of the reasons why at this point right now they're not allowing us down or any of members of residents and so forth at this point right now. So right now, we noticed that all of the police vehicles that have been here, some half dozen to a dozen or more, are trying now to join in with that motorcade. Of course, as O.J. Simpson leaves the area, the detectives and other officers assigned to this area, at least half of them, are also trying to exit right now.
Al, we have a report from AP that says that O.J. Simpson was chased down and captured in his driveway. We obviously, because of the darkness from Sky 11, despite the camera in Sky 11, could not see that. Have you heard anything about him being chased down the driveway? And
we don't have any confirmed reports that he was actually chased down, but what I can tell you is that just moments right before his apparent capture or apprehension, we did notice about a half dozen police officers that had rushed into that area where the car was. Whether or not they actually had to chase him down, we don't know. Obviously, we'll find out there at Parker Center for the news conference, but we did see officers running just prior to his capture.
Go, go, go!
All right, that's Al Nipo near the O.J. Simpson estate in Brentwood, reporting that the crowd that we saw with Greg Weissman is apparently also where Al Nipo is, or a different part of that same crowd.
If there is some movement there at the Simpson mansion, we'll go back to Al, perhaps Greg as well. Right now, Simpson is in custody, perhaps in a police car. He would be transported to one of the lockups, I guess. Right now, Rod Burnson is at Parker Center. There will be a news conference there at 10 o'clock. But what's going on right there now? I'm sorry, Rod.
Christine, media is beginning to come back to Parker Center. They left for a time being. And O.J. Simpson will be brought here to Parker Center, and he will be held here until at least Monday morning, if not Tuesday morning. As Chris Harris said, they have until Tuesday morning or Tuesday to file their case on O.J. Simpson. So he will be brought here to Parker Center. He will be booked here. The booking process includes his mugshot being taken, fingerprints being taken, and he will be held in a felony section jail here at Parker Center.
Rod, do they have a suicide watch or suicidal tendency cells down there at Parker Center? I know they do at the men's main jail downtown, but we obviously have indications that O.J. Simpson is suicidal. Is there protection for him at Parker Center?
Yes, there is, Chris. They do have something called a suicide watch, and that means that O.J. Simpson would be kept under constant observation. or at the very least every 15 minutes. Given the high-profile nature of this case, I very well imagine that he would be kept under constant contact. Now, it used to be, I don't know if that's changed because of budget cuts, but it used to be that Parker Center Jail had a full-time physician on duty. And they always have the option, they have two options besides Parker Center Jail. Should medical authorities deem it necessary, they could take him directly to county jail where they do have a jail ward hospital, or they could also take him to the jail ward at County USC Hospital. This is, would be dependent upon a physician's medical treatment, a physician's assessment of O.J. Simpson. In any case, he will be brought here first to Parker Center. They will go through the booking process, and then a determination will be made of where O.J. will spend the night based upon his mental and emotional condition.
All right, Rod Burnson standing by at Parker Center. Thanks, Rod. Stay where you are, if you will, Rod. This is a live picture of the scene in Brentwood near O.J. Simpson's home.
Chris, that car,
Greg,
that brown car right there is where O.J. is in.
Okay.
That brown, yeah, O.J. was in the back seat. I saw him just drive through. So now...
Okay, we seem to have lost the audio from Greg Weissman, but fortunately we didn't lose it until after Greg was able to tell us that O.J. Simpson was in that. Are you there, Greg?
South in Rockingham, just past Highview. And again, O.J. was in that car, so the best we can tell right now, apparently they're on their way down to Parker Center.
Okay, and as Rod Burnson was just telling us, you see some of the crowd that was gathered there near Greg Weissman's camera position that he showed us a moment ago before we saw the car with O.J. Simpson in it, as he said, presumably en route back down to Parker Center, where the process that was...
There you see from CNN affiliate KTTV in Los Angeles the resolution to just over 2.5 hours of high drama. The latest chapter. All right, we're going to join CNN affiliate KCOP, Robert Shapiro, O.J. Simpson's lawyer, speaking.
And his entire staff of Los Angeles police officers who were able to resolve one of the most incredible situations in a very, very peaceful manner. I can't express the fear I had that this matter would not end the way it did. I would also, at this point in time, like to ask all members of the public to please reserve any judgment on this case until the evidence is reviewed and presented in the court of law. Thank you.
Did he actually...
Stay in place, Bob. You came up on me, man. What matters, buddy? Well, you have to throw elbows on it. All right, pal, I've been sitting here working, buddy.
Here's,
I work for NBC, all right? I'm sorry. I was right here. You came running up on top of me while I was there. Pushing me on your back.
O.J. Simpson's lawyer, Robert Shapiro, making a brief statement at the Simpson estate in Brentwood, California. Earlier today, he had issued a desperate plea for O.J. Simpson to turn himself in. He had arranged with L.A. authorities to do so at 11 a.m. local time. That did not occur. Shapiro was on the upper level of a house in the San Fernando Valley. Simpson and longtime friend and former football mate Al Cowling were on the bottom floor and apparently escaped out of the house without anybody being aware of that. The chase picked up at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time when police intercepted a cellular telephone call inside Al Cowling's 1993 white Ford Bronco, which was the subject of about a 60-mile chase over California interstates. As many of the commentators we've been listening to have been saying tonight, thankfully, this has ended in a peaceful manner. And you just heard Robert Shapiro, O.J. Simpson's lawyer, mentioning moments ago that he was offering kudos to the L.A. police officers who were able to resolve this matter in a peaceful manner. He said he couldn't express the fear he had that it would not end the way it did. And he is asking the public to reserve judgment until all the evidence is reviewed in a court of law. O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson now in police custody. Videotape from earlier tonight of the Bronco turning into the driveway of the Simpson estate on Rockingham Court in Brentwood. And as the light faded, as the sun went down, we were left to wonder what was going on. All we could rely on were messages being given to us by correspondents on the scene who were overhearing the police scanner radio as negotiations continued, Al Cowling first acting as an intermediary, and then police trying to arrange a telephone call between O.J. Simpson and his mother, Eunice. We were told that she apparently was in the house. Police had been given a cellular phone, but they did not have the phone number to. So there was some difficulty in establishing the initial communication. We are going to continue our live coverage of this latest development in the manhunt for O.J. Simpson. Nick Charles is joining us now. He's going to be speaking with a former teammate of O.J. Simpson. Nick?
Well, joining us live from Lynchburg, Virginia, is Joe DeLamoullier, who played with O.J. Simpson in Buffalo during the apex of their careers. Joe, how do you even begin to understand the startling events of this day?
I didn't hear you.
How do you begin to unravel the startling events of this day and make some sense out of it, as somebody who played with and knew O.J. Simpson so intimately?
Well, I don't think you make sense of anything like this. Watching it here on CNN for an hour or two, you just wonder what's going on in this country, and you know, the carnival atmosphere that's out there, and the media attention, which I understand is needed, but it doesn't make sense, and it's sad. And maybe this is going to be a wake-up call to our judicial system to cut things off early when they could have maybe 2 years ago, and maybe as a nation we'll wake up and see what's going on around here.
Well, Joe, what was your initial reaction, though, when you heard the news that O.J. Simpson had been charged with murder?
Oh, it was like everyone else, disbelief. And then when you kept reading about the evidence coming in, you know, like everyone else, you said, well, it must be true. And that's the way it is. That's how it is. You believe about 80% of what you hear and read in the papers. I do, at least.
But, Joe, you knew O.J. Simpson. I don't know the last time you talked to him, but can you tell us that first?
The last time I talked to him, we had a 20th year anniversary up in Buffalo in November, and he seemed like the same old guy. And 2 years ago, I was also in New York City, and Juice took my 2 sons and a friend through the studios there, and that was the last 2 contacts I had with him. And the same old guy I knew 20 years ago.
Well, the same old guy. The composite picture we get of O.J. Simpson was a friendly, outgoing guy, lighthearted. Was there a darker side to him you ever saw?